Chapter 4198. Bai Jinjin's current plan was to first help Xinxiang obtain the divine weapon of Baihu. Once Xinxiang had a certain level of strength, they would return to the great Kuan sect and settle the score with the saints and saintesses. The divine horn saint was outside the Tsanglan Sea City. This was an excellent opportunity to make a move. Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin would not miss it. Jinjin, do you have a grudge against the divine horn saint? Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin headed to the teleportation array in the market. Yes, this guy has always wanted to eat me alive. Bai Jinjin snorted, her face full of disgust. In the market of the great Kuan sect, there was a teleportation array that led to the Tsanglan Sea City. Generally speaking, a disciple of Xinxiang's status would have to report when entering the great Kuan sect. However, Xinxiang was using a fake identity to hide his whereabouts. Bai Jinjin and Xinxiang both had fake identities, which were fake identity tokens. This was all done for them by Pang Panglong. Through the teleportation array, they quickly arrived at the Tsanglan Sea City. If one did not have enough heavenly jewels, they would not have a good life in the Tsanglan Sea City. Bai Jinjin's strength was obvious. Although she had been cheated of many heavenly jewels, she still had a lot in her hands. As for Xinxiang, there was no need to talk about him. As long as one had enough wealth, they could easily do many things. For example, Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin found a very famous information broker under Pang Panglong's introduction. Soon, they found the location of the divine horn saint. It turned out that outside the Tsanglan Sea City, there was a very large but very hidden villa called Dissipation Paradise. This place was specially for people to eat, drink, and play. They could indulge in all kinds of indulgences. According to the information broker, in order to seek excitement, there are many very dark activities. Bai Jinjin said, "Brother, what do you think they will do?" "It's better if you don't know. Some people look decent on the surface, but their hearts are more evil than anyone else's. Those so-called dark activities that seek excitement should be very bloody and disgusting." Xinxiang thought about it and understood. After all, he had seen too many of such things. If it was necessary, he would also destroy the life of debauchery villa while he was at it. To be able to do this kind of business, there must be a very powerful force supporting it. This kind of business was geared towards the young disciples of the famous families in the sanctuary. These young disciples were usually very rude and unreasonable, and only very powerful forces could suppress them. Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin left Tsanglan Sea City from the East Gate. The Heavenly Indulgence Manor was located on the east side of Tsanglan Sea City. In order to enter the villa, one would need 100 million heaven jewels to buy an entrance ticket. Bai Jinjin didn't want to come out. After all, this wasn't a small amount for her. She complained, "Big brother, why don't we just kill our way in? Let's go in first. I'll pay for the entrance fee." Xinxiang smiled and said, "Jinjin, we must not act rashly and alert the enemy. According to our plan, we must first capture the divine horn saint." Xinxiang was afraid that if he barged in, he would disturb the people inside and cause them to run away. "Big brother, I really don't want to give the heavenly jewels to them." Bai Jinjin sighed. "This life of debauchery villa, behind it is either the All Heavens Palace or the Heavenless Divine Palace. I hate them the most." Bai Jinjin thought back to the 1.5 billion heaven jewels that she had been cheated out of by the Heavenless Divine Palace. Now that she had guessed that behind the life of debauchery villa, there was a high chance that the Heavenless Divine Palace was behind it, so she was extremely unhappy. "Jinjin, you still know too little about me," Xinxiang said with a smile, then took out the divine mirror of 6 paths and made the divine mirror of 6 paths bigger. Bai Jinjin and Xinxiang boarded the 6 realms mirrors and began to fly. This 6 realms mirrors that could fly made Bai Jinjin incomparably envious, because during this period of time, it was very difficult for the sanctuary to fly so freely. "Big brother, I really don't know you that well. I only know that you treat me very well. I'm very relieved when I'm with you. There's no need to be wary. Bai Jinjin sat on the Six Realms mirrors and hugged Xinxiang's arm, enjoying the beautiful feeling of flying in the sky. Hee hee. Big Brother is someone who has never suffered a loss. Our entrance ticket cost 200 million. Then I will take away 1 billion, or even 2 billion. Xinxiang laughed. But we have to capture the Divine Horn Saint. He is the key to the entire plan. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Summoning Bai Hu's divine weapon is more important than anything else. Bai Jinjin was only complaining before, but in fact, she also knew that she had to focus on the overall situation. Xinxiang and the others left the city, and not long after riding the Six Realms mirrors, they saw a short mountain. Chapter 4199. Other than Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin, the rest of the people in line were all trembling, because this was simply too terrifying. They had originally thought that if it was too expensive to buy an entrance ticket, then they would just not buy it. But now it seemed that if they did not buy it, it was extremely likely that they would lose their lives. Hello, may I ask how many heavenly jewels are needed for an entrance ticket? A young man mustered up his courage and asked, 300 million heavenly jewels. The young man who sold the tickets casually said without even looking at the young man. The other people in line immediately cursed in their hearts, mainly cursing the person who was killed earlier. If not for that person, the price would not have been raised to 300 million heavenly jewels. Are you going to buy it or not? The young man asked indifferently, but his voice seemed to be filled with killing intent, causing people to shiver involuntarily. I'll buy it, I'll buy it, I'll buy it. The young man hurriedly said. He could only reluctantly buy an entrance ticket and walk into the depths of the cave. In fact, those who could come here to have fun had prepared enough heavenly jewels. Without 3 or 200 million, they wouldn't dare to come. The next people in line were also at the price of 300 million. They were all very unwilling to buy an entrance ticket. Now it was Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin's turn. Bai Jinjin was wearing a mask and a robe to cover her figure. Otherwise, with her figure, she would still be very eye-catching. The two of us are together, Xinxiang said. A total of 600 million heavenly jewels, right? No, you want 1 billion. The young man only slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin. At this time, there were only Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin in the cave. This meant that if a fight really broke out, no one else would be present. Why does it have to be 1 billion when it's our turn? Xinxiang frowned and asked. Furthermore, before we came, we had already inquired very clearly. Originally, it was only 100 million per entrance ticket. Even if it was 300 million before, I could still accept it. If it was originally 500 million per ticket, then Xinxiang would also be able to accept it. The problem was that it was still 300 million before, but when it was their turn, it immediately increased. No reason. Whether the price rises or not depends on my mood. The young man yawned and said, If you don't want to buy it, then get lost immediately. Brother, let's go. After Bai Jinjin finished speaking, she pulled Xinxiang's hand and walked out. She had just taken 2 steps when a very sharp wave of air hit her. Xinxiang was already prepared. The 6 realms mirrors had already appeared, blocking the extremely fast sword strike. This sword strike was not from that young man, but from another invisible person. What a guy! That young man didn't appear to be lazy anymore. He suddenly became spirited and looked coldly at Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin. He said coldly, You still dare to fight back? I'm just blocking normally. Am I supposed to stand still and let you kill me? Xinxiang sneered and said, I was going to enter the villa politely. Now that things have come to this, don't blame me. Bai Jinjin had long wanted to make a move. As soon as Xinxiang's voice fell, she rushed towards the young man. The power that erupted from her in an instant also shocked the young man. You guys, if you have something to say, let's talk. The young man realized that they did not come with good intentions. Just as he said these words, his head was chopped off by Baijinjin's swift blade. As for the other invisible person, he had already been possessed by Mo Ying's divine soul, and his soul was instantly destroyed. This is what we should do. You should treat them like this. Bai Jinjin felt incomparably carefree, and then stepped on the severed head. The young man did not die. He opened his eyes wide and said angrily, "Don't you know that behind this villa is the All-Heaven Palace? If you offend the All-Heaven Palace, you won't have a good ending. All-Heaven Palace, in my eyes, is just bullshit." Xinxiang laughed and said, "Jinjin, kill him." Bai Jinjin waited for Xinxiang to take away the storage magic treasure on the young man's body before vigorously striking out with her palm. She released Bai Hu's flame and burned the head and body to ashes. Xinxiang broke open the young man's storage magic treasure and obtained 2 tickets. These guys are really confident. They actually didn't have any defenses at the entrance. Xinxiang laughed. Because everyone is afraid of the All-Heaven Palace. Even the Heavenless Divine Palace wouldn't dare to do business with them. Bai Jinjin laughed. "Big brother, should we frame the Heavenless Divine Palace?" Chapter 40, 200. Although the Heavenly Indulgence Manor belonged to the All-Heavens Palace, it was only a business under the All-Heavens Palace. This place was only used to earn heavenly jewels, and was not the core of the All-Heavens Palace. Therefore, if something big happened here, at most the All-Heavens Palace of the Shengxian Star would come and take a look. It would not alarm the All-Heavens Palace of the Holy Region. Xinxiang was too cautious before. They had killed the young manor master for so long, but there was no movement at all. At this time, Bai Jinjin could not help but ask the guard driving the carriage, "Big brother, we entered the entrance of the Heavenly Indulgence Manor, which was the cave. There was a very arrogant young man inside. What is his background?" Bai Jinjin only wanted to know the identity of the person they killed and whether it would cause chaos in the Heavenly Indulgence Manor. That young man? Very arrogant? He should be the young manor master. He is not weak and has a very high cultivation at such a young age. Therefore, he is very valued by the manor master. The guard driving the carriage said, "This young manor master is very talented, so he is very arrogant." It was obvious that even the people in the Heavenly Indulgence Manor did not like the young manor master very much. When Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin heard this, they were very surprised and ignored it. Xinxiang shook his head at Bai Jinjin and then transmitted his voice, "Calm down. Although that guy is dead, we did not leave any traces behind. Big brother, when we see the Divine Horn Saint later, we will directly make a move. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Bai Jinjin said, "The Heavenly Indulgence Manor is so big and there are so many important guests. Even if a young manor master is dead, we must continue to operate." Xinxiang said, "Since we are already here, how can we return empty-handed?" Bai Jinjin was startled. She did not understand what Xinxiang meant. In her opinion, they had entered the Heavenly Indulgence Manor without paying any heavenly jewels, and were about to capture the Divine Horn Saint. Logically speaking, if things went so smoothly, they should leave immediately. However, Xinxiang said that they could not return empty-handed. "Brother, do you have any plans?" Bai Jinjin asked. Although she trusted Xinxiang very much, she really didn't know much about Xinxiang. She didn't know about Xinxiang's style of doing things. "Of course there is. Let's talk about it after we capture the Holy Son of the Divine Horn." Xinxiang just smiled and didn't say much. "All right, no matter what you do, I will support you." Bai Jinjin regarded herself as Xinxiang's bodyguard. She was responsible for Xinxiang's safety. Not long after, they arrived outside a courtyard. There were many big and small courtyards here. The Divine Corner, St. Child's courtyard, was not very big. It was clear that he was tight on money and could only afford to live in such a small courtyard. "Thank you for leading the way, big brother." After Xinxiang finished speaking, He and Bai Jinjin got off the carriage and gave the guard a storage bag with 5 million heaven beads inside. Although he did not see the holy sun of the divine horn, Xinxiang had already sensed the aura of the divine horn beast, and it was relatively strong. After the guard received the heaven beads, he quickly and enthusiastically thanked him and then immediately left. Xinxiang knocked on the door of the courtyard. The one who opened the door was an old man. Of course, he was not the holy son of the divine horn, but an old servant. "What can I do for the two of you?" the old servant asked. He was also very polite. After all, those who could enter the heavenly indulgence manor were more or less people of status. Xinxiang glanced at Bai Jinjin because Bai Jinjin had said before that he would leave it to her to deal with. "We have a big business deal with your young master, but before that, I have to confirm if your young master is the divine horned saint child?" Bai Jinjin asked. The old servant thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "My young master is indeed the divine horn beast clan's holy son. You have a big business deal to discuss with him? I wonder if you can identify yourself and briefly explain what kind of big business it is. Give that bottle to your young master. He will know once he sees it." Bai Jinjin took out a very small jade bottle and handed it to the old man. The old man took it, then closed the door and quickly handed the jade bottle to the divine horned saint child. Xinxiang had just checked a little and found out what was inside the jade bottle. It was Bai Hu's blood. This kind of divine beast's blood was very rare, and it was also something that the divine horned beast clan wanted very much. Chapter 4201. Bai Jinjin was not afraid of fighting these saint princes and saintesses alone. Even if there were 2 or 3 of them, she could still fight a dozen. Previously, she was facing a group of people. Not only did they besiege her, but they also used a lot of saint talismans and even divine talismans from the divine realm. Bai Jinjin was also a good tiger. She could not fight against a pack of wolves and could only escape in the end. Now that she had captured a saint prince who had participated in the siege, Bai Jinjin was very happy. However, if she was alone, she would not dare to come here. Although she always said that she wanted to protect Xinxiang, when she was with Xinxiang, she always felt very safe. "Jinjin, what is this guy's cultivation? Isn't he too weak? Is he at the Saint King realm?" Xinxiang looked at the Saint Prince lying there and felt that it was too easy to capture him. "He is not at the Saint King realm. How can this guy be a Saint King?" Bai Jinjin smiled and said, "At most he is at the Saint King realm. If he is really a Saint King, he will not live in such a small courtyard." At this time, the demon shadow divine soul had completely merged with the Saint Prince's body and stood up. "Young Master Xin, I have successfully merged with this body," the demon shadow divine soul said. Bai Jinjin knew that Xinxiang had taken the Saint Prince's soul, but she did not expect that Xinxiang had inserted another soul. "Jinjin, untie him." Xinxiang nodded to Bai Jinjin and said with a smile, "Now the Saint Prince is one of us." "Brother, this is a wonderful move." Bai Jinjin suddenly thought of many things. If the Saint Prince could really enter the circle of Saint Princes and Saintesses, he could obtain a lot of information. She quickly released the Bai Hu chain. The demon shadow divine soul moved his muscles and said, "Young Master Xin, what should we do next?" "Dismiss all the people in this yard." Xinxiang said. "Wait, give that bottle of Bai Hu's blood to the old servant outside." Bai Jinjin suddenly said, "Let him go back and let the higher-ups of the divine horn beast clan know that Bai Hu is here." Xinxiang nodded. The demonic shadow divine soul immediately went out and returned quickly. "Young master, they have all left. Think of a way to inform the higher-ups of the divine horned beast clan right now. Let them know that Bai Hu is here. Moreover, it's a small team formed by Bai Hu. There are a total of 7 battle tigers." Bai Jinjin said. The demonic shadow divine soul immediately took out the communication talisman and contacted the elders of the clan. "As long as I bring back Bai Hu's blood, they will believe me. The elders of the god Horned Beast clan said that if we can confirm the existence of that bottle of Baihu's blood, we will immediately mobilize an army of 1,000,000 god Horned Beasts to the Saint Xian, start to capture him, said the demon shadow divine soul. Very good. I didn't expect them to value it so much. Xinxiang smiled and said, Jinjin, if it wasn't for your blood, it would be really hard to lure out the army of 1,000,000 divine horned beasts. Big brother, are you ready now? Bai Jinjin giggled. I'm ready. I'm just waiting for them to come. Xinxiang has already refined the demonic ape dragon poison. Once the army of 1,000,000 divine horned beasts arrives, he can start the blood sacrifice. It will take them some time to come. Bai Jinjin said in a low voice, Big brother, should we wait patiently or do something else? You said before that you wanted to cause a ruckus in the heavenly debauchery manner. Of course. However, since we are already here, and this is the territory of the All Heavens Palace, Xinxiang said with a smile, as long as it is the All Heavens Palace, I can't miss it. Bai Jinjin is very happy to follow Xinxiang to cause a ruckus, and a big one at that. Although she is a little scared, she is relieved when she thinks about how capable Xinxiang is. Then what should we do? Bai Jinjin looked at the demonic shadow divine soul and said, Does the divine horned Saint Sun want to participate? Not for the time being. It is not good for the divine horned Saint Sun to be exposed. He should just stay in his current state so that he can enter the great Kuan sect Saint Sun and Saintess gathering. Xinxiang said with a smile, Jinjin, the two of us are enough. They put on their masks and walked out of the courtyard. The demonic shadow divine soul will stay here for the time being. If Xinxiang really needs his help, it won't be too late to help then. In the heavenly debauchery manner, the cost is very high. Just the entrance ticket costs more than 100 million heavenly beads, not to mention the other entertainment activities. The manor master, who manages the heavenly debauchery manor, must have a lot of heavenly beads in his hands. Even if he has to hand a portion to the All Heavens Palace, he can still earn a lot for himself. Chapter 4202. We can give it a try. Xinxiang thought that Bai Jinjin was going to cut off her tiger fingernail. After learning that she had shed it, he nodded. In fact, even if it was a tiger fingernail that she had shed herself, it was still very rare and had a lot of uses. It could indeed be sold at a very good price. Bai Jinjin took out a small piece of tiger fingernail and placed it in a box. Then, she walked out of the carriage with Xinxiang. After they got off the carriage, they discovered that some people had the same idea as them. They took out a generous gift in exchange for an opportunity to meet the villa master in advance. How can a small villa master have so much face? Bai Jinjin could not understand and secretly transmitted to Xinxiang. I don't know either. Maybe this villa master can help people obtain great benefits. The people who came here to curry favor with him were not because they respected the villa master, but for their own benefits. Xinxiang replied. Xinxiang knew that this villa master had a certain amount of ability, but he could not understand why this villa master was so popular. He secretly suspected that the villa master of heavenly indulgence, Villa, should have some unspeakable secrets. Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin were anxious to see the villa master, not to beg him to do something, but to rob him. At the entrance of the courtyard where the villa master lived, there were several tables set up for receiving gifts. The villa master would also accept the gifts given by others. The people in charge of receiving the gifts were all old men. They were clearly knowledgeable. They could tell the identity and status of the visitor from the gifts. If it was a particularly rare gift, it meant that this person was indeed quite capable. Otherwise, they would not be able to get such a rare thing. One had to queue up to give a gift. Furthermore, after giving a gift, there might not be a reply. Perhaps they could only see the villa master once, and then be sent away after greeting him. Xinxiang discovered that many people were wearing masks. Obviously, they did not want too many people to recognize them. It was Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin's turn. Bai Jinjin opened the box and took a rough look. She thought that it was some trash claw tip, but upon closer inspection, she found something special. The old man who was receiving the gift suddenly opened his eyes wide and then hurriedly stopped the other old men who were in charge of receiving the gift. Several old men gathered around to take a look and even took out a testing device to conduct a test. They did not know that these were the tiger claws of Baihu, but they could see that these were the claws of a beast, and a very powerful one at that. Because they took out very strong materials, they were all scratched by that small piece of fingernail. This is only a small portion. If we can meet the Manor Lord, we will give you an even bigger portion. Bai Jinjin said calmly, 2 distinguished guests, please come in. The old man's face was full of smiles as he bowed, respectfully. The people lining up next to them were all envious. They also wanted to know what Bai Jinjin and Shen Xiang had just sent out to get such treatment. When they entered the courtyard, the old man asked in a low voice, "It must be a claw hook from a very precious beast, right?" "Yes. I wonder if old Mr. knows what kind of beast it is?" Bai Jinjin asked. "Oh, you don't know either?" The old man was a little surprised. "It's precisely because I don't know, so I came to find the knowledgeable Manor Lord and ask him to identify it." Xinxiang smiled and said, "Of course it is also a gift. And then I ask the Manor Lord to do something. So that's how it is. The Manor Lord is very knowledgeable. He will not let the 2 distinguished guests down." The old man smiled gently and said, "I have just contacted the Manor Lord. He is waiting in the living room. Thank you, old mister, for the arrangement." Xinxiang also quickly thanked him. Although the courtyard was very big, the Manor Lord's living room was not far from the door, so they quickly arrived at the living room. After Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin went in, they saw a burly and imposing middle-aged man sitting at the top. He was wearing a golden armor and looked very brave and domineering. His momentum was very strong, far stronger than Xinxiang imagined. Xinxiang was a little worried at first, but seeing that Bai Jinjin was very calm, he knew that she could deal with this Manor Lord. Chapter 4203. The reason why Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin came to find this villa master was to rob him. After all, the Heavenly Flower Villa was a place where many rich people came to spend their time. Furthermore, the expenses were extremely huge. So, as the villa master, he would definitely be extremely rich. But right now, Shanxiang suddenly felt that this villa master was not simple and was not easy to deal with. First of all, this villa master was not afraid of the ape demon dragon's poison and was even able to distinguish it so quickly. In this aspect, even Bai Jinjin, as a divine beast, did not immediately sense the poisonous gas. One had to know that Bai Jinjin was from the Baihu battle clan and was very sensitive to all aspects of beasts. The fact that the villa master was able to discover it immediately meant that he was very strong in certain aspects. "We don't plan to kill you." Xinxiang was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, "Then are you here to rob me?" The villa master chuckled and said, "My name is Hua Gangyan. I wonder what your names are?" "Although I am the villa master of the Heavenly Flower and Wine Villa, and am rather famous, not many people know my name. I sincerely want to know the 2 of you. Big brother, we want to rob you. We are not here to make friends with you." Bai Jinjin said, "Since you know why we are here, it's best if you cooperate." Bai Jinjin also felt that this villa master Hua Gangyan was a bit troublesome. This kind of person was the hardest to deal with. If it was the kind of person who said all sorts of ruthless words or directly attacked, it would be easier to deal with. But this Hua Gangyan in front of him, he was just standing there, but he could not see any flaws. That calm and steady feeling brought about quite a bit of pressure. "Who said that you can't make friends with me just because you came to rob me? I, Hua Gangyan, like to make friends with all kinds of people, especially people like you who dared to rob me and even killed my son." Hua Gangyan laughed. He was really laughing and laughing very happily. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem like he was faking it. After killing his son, he actually wanted to make friends with others? This person was not pretending, he was acting. Shen Xiang and Bai Jinjin could somewhat tell whether the person in front of them was really happy or if there was something wrong with his head. Villa Master Hua, we need a large number of heavenly jewels. You should have a lot in your hands. Since we want to be friends, I hope that you can be honest with me. This is good for both of us, and it can also maintain our friendship. Shen Xiang took off his mask, revealing a sincere and brilliant smile. At this moment, he was following Hua Gongyan's wishes. You've come at the right time. Every once in a while, I have to submit my heavenly jewels to the All Heavens Palace. They will be coming to check the accounts in a few days. If you come a few days later, you won't be able to get anything. Hua Gongyan laughed. How much are you going to hand over? Shen Xiang asked. A total of 15 billion heaven beads. Hua Gang said, I can give you 10 billion heaven beads, and I'll keep 5 billion for myself. After that, I'll tell the All Heavens Palace that I was robbed of 15 billion. Bai Jinjin was stunned. This villa master actually wanted to embezzle 5 billion heaven beads. This was something she hadn't expected. However, Shen Xiang did not find it strange. The All Heavens Palace was unpopular, so it was normal for the Manor Lord to have such thoughts. Hua Gongyan's son was killed, and if the Heavenly Indulgence Manor was also robbed, no one would suspect that the villa master had embezzled so many heavenly jewels. Bai Jinjin felt that this deal was not bad. She wanted to urge Shen Xiang to quickly agree, but Shen Xiang refused again. Villa Master Hua, you better give me all 15 billion. If you keep 5 billion for yourself, what if the All Heavens Palace uses some method to make you tell the truth, such as a soul contract or something? This will easily expose you. Shen Xiang said with a smile, I'm doing this to protect you. After all, we can be considered friends now. Good. This young master is right. I am very grateful for young master's consideration for this Hua's safety. As he said that, Hua Gongyan threw a very exquisite-looking spatial ring to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang received it and looked inside. Indeed, there were a large number of heavenly jewels inside, and they were all physical heavenly jewels, not heavenly jewel notes. You too, now you can be considered to have succeeded in robbing, right? Then, should we talk about making friends? Hua Gongyan laughed heartily. 2 friends, please sit. Shen Xiang nodded to Bai Jinjin and asked her to sit. May I know how to address this young master and this young lady? Hua Gongyan asked. My surname is Shen, her surname is Bai. Shen Xiang did not say his name. Young Master Shen, young Lady Bai, are you from the Heavenless Divine Palace? Hua Gongyan asked again. Yes, Shen Xiang nodded. As expected, it was the Heavenless Divine Palace who came to rob our All Heavens Palace. I will definitely report it to the higher-ups. Hua Gongyan nodded. Chapter 4204. At first, Shen Xiang also thought that Hua Gongyan was up to something, but now he gradually understood this person. Hua Gongyan came from the devouring poison demon clan, which was an extraordinary background, especially when it came to all kinds of poisons. The poison gas that Shen Xiang released just now was something that Hua Gongyan had never seen before. Although he could resist the poison gas, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Shen Xiang, because someone who could use this kind of poison must have a great background. Moreover, Hua Gongyan came here to be the Manor Lord. So how could he miss out on such a great opportunity to embezzle so many heavenly jewels? Although he told Shen Xiang that he had to hand over 15 billion to the All Heavens Palace's accountant, Shen Xiang could tell that Hua Gongyan had already embezzled a lot of heavenly jewels. When the time came, he would push all the blame to the robbers. Since the robbers came from the Heavenless God Palace, the All Heavens Palace naturally wouldn't say anything. Moreover, Hua Gongyan came from the devouring poison demon clan, so he still had some status. At most, his status in the All Heavens Palace would be lowered, but it didn't affect him as he had already gotten a lot. For such a person, Shen Xiang really wanted to make friends with him. But it wasn't to become friends, It was to exchange benefits. Manor Lord Hua, do you want us to destroy the manor? Xinxiang smiled and said, It's an act, so it's best to finish it. All right. This is good, so they won't be suspicious. After Hua Gangyan finished speaking, he took out a map and handed it to Xinxiang. He smiled and said, Young Master Xin, this is the map of the Heavenly Indulgence Manor. You can destroy it if you feel like it. Xinxiang handed the map to Bai Jinjin and asked, Manor Lord Hua, how many experts are there in the Heavenly Indulgence Manor? Are you the strongest? Of course, I'm the strongest in the manor. There are a few other saint monarchs. Your poison gas is enough to kill them dozens of times. After Hua Gangyan finished speaking, he explained the location of the 4 saint monarchs, as well as their situation. Just like that, he sold out the 4 saint monarchs. Manor Lord Hua, is it okay for you to sell them out like this? Bai Jinjin still found it hard to believe that the Manor Lord of the Heavenly Indulgence Manor would sell out the All Heavens Palace's benefits. Of course not. They were all sent by the All Heavens Palace to keep an eye on me. I can't wait for them to die. Hua Gangyan chuckled and said, Furthermore, they've also gotten quite a lot from this place. Whether or not we can squeeze out any heavenly jewels from them will depend on our 2 friends' abilities. Xinxiang and Bai Jinjin looked at each other and knew that those 4 Saint Realm experts were also very rich. Thank you, Manor Lord Hua. Xinxiang smiled and said, Then let's go and have a heart-to-heart talk with them now. Please. Hua Gangyan was very happy and said with a smile, In order not to be discovered, I won't be sending you off. We'll contact each other in the future. Goodbye. Xinxiang immediately got up and took Bai Jinjin out of courtyard and boarded a large carriage. Then, Xinxiang used his divine sense to control the carriage. Jinjin, have you memorized the map yet? Xinxiang asked. Remember, are we going to look for those saint monarchs now? Could it be a scam? Although that Manor Lord Hua looks very cordial, polite, and sincere, I feel that there's no benefit in doing so. Bai Jinjin was still a little worried. Jinjin, you're still too young. Hua Gangyan himself might have already embezzled 10 to 20 billion heavenly jewels. When someone comes to check the accounts, he will place all the blame on the robbers, and the All Heavens Palace will not suspect him. Yes, said Xinxiang. Ah, this guy actually only gave us 15 billion. Bai Jinjin thought about it carefully and immediately understood why Hua Gangyan was so happy. Furthermore, he even sold those few saint monarchs while talking and laughing. Without such a huge benefit, would he be willing to do such a thing? To him, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he is naturally full of sincerity. Xinxiang said, In any case, after the matter is done, the one to take the blame is Heavenless God Palace, and we and Hua Gangyan are both profiting. It's a win-win situation for us. You people, aren't you guys too shady? Bai Jinjin felt that he had lived for so many years in vain, and sighed. My method of earning heavenly jewels for so many years, isn't it too honest? Jinjin, you will see more of this kind of thing in the future. Xinxiang laughed. Wait a moment, you will know how much profit those saint monarchs have made. Right. Hua Gangyan hates them to the bone, which means that they must have made a lot of money. Bai Jinjin's eyes suddenly lit up. Hua Gangyan should have been in cahoots with them a lot. Even if we didn't kill them this time, Hua Gangyan would have thought of a way to make them disappear and not let the people who checked the accounts come into contact with them. Xinxiang laughed. Wait, Hua Gangyan's son was killed by us. That's his son. Don't tell me that it's written off just like that. Bai Jinjin thought of this point again. This is a blood feud. Hua Gangyan is from the Devouring Poison Demon clan. His son doesn't have the slightest bit of the Devouring Poison Demon clan's bloodline, so he shouldn't be his biological son. Xinxiang said, However, for someone like Hua Gangyan, even if his own son was killed, as long as there are enough benefits, he would not pursue the matter. Chapter 4205. Bai Jinjin understood that Shen Xiang was going for a penny in for a pound. Since he had done such a big thing, he had to go all the way. She realized that she was still too young and never thought of such a big benefit. Big brother, do you think there are any stronger fellows coming in? What if we provoke them? Bai Jinjin suddenly became a little worried because it was the first time she did such a thing. Normally, she would only provoke a group of holy sons and holy daughters, but now she had completely offended all the major forces. What are you afraid of? Anyway, Heavenless God Palace will take the blame. Xinxiang said with a smile. Besides, no one will know who we are. Heavenless God Palace will definitely take the blame. Didn't they cheat you of your heavenly jewels before? This time, it can be considered a small revenge for them. Indeed, they deserve it. I'm just afraid that all Heaven's Palace won't fall for it. Bai Jinjin said. If they don't fall for it, then we will continue to fan the flames. Next time, we'll go to Heavenless God Palace and let them think that all Heaven's Palace is robbing them. Xinxiang chuckled and said, Jinjin, if you do this a few more times, you won't have so many misgivings. Big brother, I am still too naive. Bai Jinjin smiled sweetly and then put on the mask. At this time, Xinxiang had already controlled the 4 All Heaven's Palaces, Saint Monarchs. With Bai Jinjin here, the 4 poisoned Saint Monarchs didn't have the strength to fight back. If they didn't cooperate, they would be tortured. Shen Xiang didn't want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to force them to sign a soul contract. As long as the 4 Saint Monarchs reported to All Heaven's Palace that it was done by Heavenless God Palace, All Heaven's Palace would basically believe it. But what Shen Xiang didn't expect was that the souls of the 4 Saint Monarchs were deeply branded with a contract imprint that was very difficult to remove. Shen Xiang didn't have time to remove it now, so he could only use poison to force them to extort the local tyrants who entered the heavenly debauchery manor to seek pleasure. The progress was very smooth. After all, the 4 of them were in the Saint Monarch realm. Moreover, they claimed that they were from the Heavenless Divine Palace and that they had severely injured Manor Master Hua. Therefore, no one here was a match for them. Yes, these 4 saints from the All Heavens Hall had been forced into the Heavenless God Palace by Xinxiang. Furthermore, they had destroyed many of the large structures in the Heavenly Indulgence Manor. Hua Gangyan, who had been hiding and pretending to be injured, found out about this through his informants. He was secretly amazed at Xinxiang's methods. He was actually more greedy than he had imagined. Not only did he rob 4 Saint Monarchs, but he also wanted to rob all the tyrants in the Heavenly Indulgence Manor. He was too greedy. In total, there were several hundred tycoons from the various Saint Region powerhouses, and they could take out at least 20 to 30 million heavenly jewels. Added together, that was a lot. Xinxiang had specially let go of all the people from the Heavenless Divine Palace. There were a total of more than 10 people from the Heavenless Divine Palace, and all of them had the Heavenless Divine Palace's command medallion. In this way, it was even more certain that the Heavenless Divine Palace had robbed the Heavenly Indulgence Manor. Hundreds of influential figures from various powers had personally witnessed more than 10 people from the Heavenless Divine Palace being released, and they had been threatened to hand over their heavenly jewels. If they did not hand them over, they would be beaten up. Therefore, they hated the Heavenless Divine Palace to the core. As long as they could leave this place alive, they would definitely spread the news. At that time, the Heavenless Divine Palace would not be able to defend themselves. Young Master Shen, how much enmity do you have with the Heavenless Divine Palace? Hua Gangyan, who had been hiding, cried out in alarm when he found out about Xinxiang's series of actions. So much for enmity. Therefore, he couldn't help but use the communication talisman to ask Xinxiang if he had any enmity with the Heavenless Divine Palace. No, I have enmity with both the Heavenless Divine Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. Xinxiang replied with a smile. Now it seems that I have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Great. Young Master Shen, since you are so proficient in this kind of thing, we can still cooperate in the future. Hua Gangyan had already seen a path to wealth. Let's talk about it in the future. Let's talk about it in the future. Haha. Shenxiang knew that if Hua Gangyan betrayed the Heavenless Palace once, he would betray them a second time. This kind of thing would only happen once and countless times. In the end, Shenxiang looted more than 30 billion heavenly jewels from the group of tyrants. He already had more than 80 billion heavenly jewels. After doing all this, Shenxiang used the 6 realms mirrors and his soul-absorbing devil spell to extract the souls of the 4 saint realm experts and kill their bodies. After finishing all this, he immediately left the heavenly indulgence manor. It was worth mentioning that in order to complete the act, even the divine horn Holy Sun, who was possessed by the demon Shadow's divine soul, pretended to be robbed. Chapter 4206. Although Shenxiang still didn't know what was under the Azure Wave Sea, his current plan was to stop the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace from obtaining the important things under the Azure Wave Sea. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace both wanted to fight for the Saint Xian Star. As long as they controlled the Saint Xian Star and the Great Kuan Sect, their strength would increase by another level and they would be able to suppress the other party. Therefore, Shenxiang had to secretly plan to not let the Great Kuan Sect fall into the hands of the All Heavens Palace or Heavenless Divine Palace. The Demon Shadow Divine Soul had successfully obtained the trust of the Divine Hornbeast clan, and he could completely grasp the whereabouts of the Divine Hornbeast army. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Divine Hornbeast clan knew that Baihu had appeared in the Saint Xian Star. For such an important matter, they would not tell the All Heavens Palace. Next, Shenxiang and Bai Jinjin only had to wait for the million Divine Hornbeast army to set up camp, and then they could begin their operation. After Shenxiang and Bai Jinjin left the Heavenly Flower Manor, they did not return to the Azure Wave Sea City. Instead, they headed to the desert of the Azure Wave State. That place was very desolate and sparsely populated. It was the best place to perform a sacrifice. Shenxiang had a large number of heavenly jewels, so he could use the divine mirror of 6 paths to his heart's content without caring about the consumption of heavenly jewels. The flight of the divine mirror of 6 paths required a large number of heavenly jewels because it could obtain an extremely fast speed. In just 4 hours, Shenxiang and Bai Jinjin arrived at the Azure Waves Desert. It was already dusk. Jinjin, when we summon Baihu's divine weapon, will it cause a huge commotion? Shenxiang asked. He had been worried about this before, so he chose this place. Even if it caused a huge commotion, it would take some time to reach this place. I don't know. Bai Jinjin shook her head. However, we have to be prepared. If the commotion is too big, we will have a way to deal with it. I chose this place because of this consideration. Shenxiang nodded and said, Now we just have to wait for the army. Big brother, I don't know what the Baihu divine weapon has become. I heard from the elders in the clan that after the Baihu divine weapon was modified by them, it gained the ability to evolve. The weapon spirit can mold itself. Bai Jinjin said, Indeed, the current 4 symbols' divine weapons are even more terrifying and powerful than before. Shenxiang sighed. I also don't understand why the 4 symbols' divine weapons would have such a change. He only had the Green Dragon Demon Slayer, but it wasn't complete, because the Dragon Soul in the Green Dragon Demon Slayer's Dragon Soul Blade Soul was incomplete. Within the Dragon Soul, there was a small portion of the incomplete, slaughtering Scarlet Dragon. Only with a complete, slaughtering Scarlet Dragon Soul would the Green Dragon Demon Slain Broadsword be complete. At that time, Shenxiang himself could not imagine how powerful he would be. The Azure Dragon Divine Weapon is still the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. The Suzaku Divine Weapon is still the Suzaku Tender Thread. I don't know what Baihu and Black Tortoise are like. Shenxiang said, Big brother, you only have the Green Dragon Demon Slayer in your hands, right? Then how do you know that the Suzaku Divine Weapon is still the Tender Thread? Bai Jinjin asked curiously, because the Suzaku Tender Thread gave birth to an egg by itself, and it even hatched a small Suzaku tender thread. Shen Xiang saw Bai Jinjin's face of disbelief and shook his head with a smile. This is true. I was also shocked at that time. The four symbols' divine weapons have indeed changed a lot. After Bai Jinjin was shocked, he exclaimed, no wonder the elders said that the four symbols' divine weapons could evolve into their strongest form in the world-defying stage universe. Is that so? Why do they say that? Xinxiang asked. Bai, whose war race definitely knew something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured in the divine realm. I'm not too sure either. I just said that the four symbols' divine weapons will become the world-defying stage universe's guardian divine weapons. Maybe it has a lot to do with you, big brother. Bai Jinjin said. Shan Xiang suddenly felt that the four symbols' divine weapons was affected by him, so it was already related to the entire world-defying stage universe. Maybe it was the laws of the world-defying stage universe that had been secretly tempering the four symbols' divine weapons. I'm just waiting for Bai, whose divine weapon to be summoned. I wonder what it will be like. Shan Xiang was looking forward to it. Big brother, I will definitely be able to summon Bai whose divine weapon. Perhaps the reason I've been looking for you is to shoulder this mission. Bai Jinjin looked at the sky and said, there must be a destiny in the underworld. Jinjin, there's no such thing as a mission. There's no such thing as a fixed number. For you and I to be able to reunite, this is fate. Shan Xiang held onto Bai Hu's small hand and laughed. I'm already very happy to be able to see you. Even if I can't summon Bai Hu's divine weapon, it doesn't matter. After that, Shen Xiang contacted the Demon Shadow's divine soul and told him that he wanted to lure the divine horned beast clan's million-strong army into the Azure Billow Desert. This was a very easy task for the Demon Shadow's divine soul, because the few seniors in the clan trusted him very much. Chapter 4207. Although the God-horned beast clan had a very strong aura of dragon power, they were not orthodox dragons. In fact, they did not even have much dragon blood in their bodies. In terms of dragon blood, the demonic ape dragon had a lot more than them. Therefore, the poison of the demonic ape dragon was extremely fatal to the God-horned beast clan. Shen Xiang still had 100 demonic ape dragon servants in his hands. If he released them, they would be extremely terrifying. Even Bai Jinjin did not know about the demonic ape dragon, not to mention anything else. Even facing the demonic ape dragon poison, Bai Jinjin had to be afraid. Furthermore, the demonic ape dragon servants had been following Xinxiang for the past few days, and their souls had been greatly improved. Furthermore, Shen Xiang would occasionally refine some pills for them to eat, helping them strengthen and improve the poison in their bodies. As a result, the current demonic ape dragon poison had already increased by a lot. As for how strong it was, even Shen Xiang himself was not too sure. In short, he could cure this poison. Big brother, if 1,000,000 God-horned beast clan soldiers died here, this kind of thing would not be able to be hidden. It would definitely cause a huge commotion. Bai Jinjin said, it doesn't matter. They don't know who we are anyway. I'm guessing that when the God-horned beast army arrives at the desert, the spies of the various forces will immediately follow. Shan Xiang looked around. I just don't know if Bai Hu's divine weapon will appear when it descends, and if it will be recognized by those spies. If they really find out that Bai Hu's divine weapon has appeared in the Saint Profound Star, then the Saint Profound Star will only be even more lively. Bai Jinjin said, at that time the situation will be even more complicated. It's fine, everything will be fine. As long as there is no power from the divine realm, there won't be much of a problem. Shen Xiang was afraid that the power of the divine realm would interfere. Otherwise, with the power of the sacred domain, he would not be able to do anything to him. In the space within the divine mirror of 6 paths, Xinxiang had already refined a large number of ape devil dragon poison to deal with this army, and it was still a large-scale poisoning. He had experience, and this time he would only do better than before. Not long after, The Devil Shadow's divine soul arrived beside Xinxiang. Bai Jinjin couldn't see it, nor could she sense its arrival. Bai Jinjin was a member of the Baihu battle clan who had a very strong fighting strength. Her soul was also extremely strong, but it was not invincible. For example, she was afraid of poison, so she could not sense the existence of things like the Devil's Shadow divine soul. Now that she had the detoxification dan given by Xinxiang, it could help her resist most poisons. But if she really had to face an attack from something like the Devil's Shadow divine soul, she would be powerless. Fortunately, the demonic shadow divine soul was extremely rare. Even in the divine realm, there weren't many of them. Only the mad beast Shakyamuni was lucky enough to encounter the demonic shadow divine soul and obtain its help. Now, following Xinxiang, the demonic shadow divine soul would only become stronger. That was why he had decisively abandoned the beast Shakyamuni. Jinjin, the aura you left behind should be enough to convince them that Baihu is here, right? Xinxiang was more or less worried that the army of divine horned beasts would not gather together. It's very obvious. As long as it's a beast, almost all of them will know that it's the aura of a divine beast. If it's like the divine horned beasts, they will know even more clearly that it's the aura of the divine beast Baihu. Bai Jinjin said, the way she left her aura was to release the Daoyuan saint power in her body. This was an aura that was very difficult to imitate. While waiting for the army of divine horned beasts to be stationed in the desert, Xinxiang suddenly received a message from Hua Gangyan. Young Master Shin, I probably know who you are. You should be young Master Shin from the Great Kuan sect, right? Biar, when Xinxiang said his surname, he already knew that Hua Gangyan would find out who he was sooner or later. Manor Lord Hua, have you passed now? Xinxiang laughed. Don't call me Manor Lord Hua. The manor is now gone. Ha ha ha. Hua Gangyan laughed and said, thanks to young Master Shin's caution, I have passed now. We are all fine. That's good. That's good. That's good. Happy cooperation. Xinxiang felt that Hua Gangyan was very interesting, and it was very pleasant to deal with this kind of person. This was the first time that Xinxiang could see that the person's character was very bad, but he could cooperate happily with him. Although Hua Gangyan's character was bad, he was very trustworthy. Young Master Shin, I still have a business deal. I wonder if you have any ideas? Hua Gangyan asked. Please say, Xinxiang said. This. Don't be scared by me. Is there anyone next to you? You'd better ask someone to help you or sit still. Hua Gangyan's voice suddenly sounded very serious. Flower boss, I was scared. You can say that's it. Xinxiang said with a smile. Chapter 4208. Then, Xinxiang told Bai Jinjin about Hua Gangyan's plan. After Bai Jinjin heard it, she exclaimed, this boss Hua is really talented. Oh my God, he actually plans to treat the Holy Sun like this? If he is caught by the All Heavens Palace, he will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Riches and honor are found in danger. This kind of guy, as long as he sees the slightest opportunity, he will never let it go. For example, previously at the Heavenly Indulgence Manor, look at him. He immediately seized the opportunity and cooperated with me. Then he earned a lot. Xinxiang shook his head and smiled. This kind of thing is very easy to get addicted to, so he can't stay idle now. Haha, he is now the bodyguard of the Holy Sun of the All Heavens. Then this matter will be much easier. Bai Jinjin smiled and said, no wonder he came to talk to brother, because it will be easy to succeed. Bai Jinjin thought for a moment and felt that the Holy Sun of the All Heavens was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boss Hua should not be the only bodyguard by the Holy Sun of the All Heavens. Xinxiang said, Boss Hua should not be able to deal with the other bodyguards, so he came to me. Right, shouldn't he be pretending to be poisoned now? Bai Jinjin said, it seems that the All Heavens Palace does not suspect him at all, so he does not need to pretend to be poisoned. Xinxiang said, this guy is too slippery, and he is from the devouring poison demon clan. If he can't deal with the other bodyguards by the Holy Sun of all heavens, it means that he is really difficult to deal with. We will know when we see the other bodyguards. Bai Jinjin said, anyway, they are going to the Great Kuan sect. We will take Baihu's divine weapon here and immediately rush over. In the distance, there was a violent aura. An army of 1,000,000 divine horned beasts was rushing over in a grandiose manner. It had to be said that the divine horned beasts were quite strong to be able to gather an army of 1,000,000 to the Shengxian star in such a short period of time. Such a fast march was indeed a very powerful force in the Shengxian star. Unfortunately, they encountered Xinxiang when they were in the Proud World. Because they encountered Xinxiang, they were completely annihilated. They still did not know that it was Xinxiang who did it. Xinxiang and Bai Zhenjin immediately hid themselves while the 1,000,000-strong army continued to run. They were not aimless. They were mainly following Baihu's aura, which was deliberately left behind by Bai Zhenjin to lure them. After Bai Zhenjin hid her aura, it was very difficult for them to sense it. So when they lost Bai Zhenjin's aura, they could only stop and set up camp. There were 3 old saint kings leading the army, and there were more than 20 saint monarchs. Now, the 2 old saint kings had left the army to search for traces. In their opinion, as long as there were enough of them, they would definitely be able to take down the 7 Baihu. The main reason was that they had determined that Baihu was not a saint king based on the aura left behind by Bai Jinjin, so they were very confident. The sky gradually darkened. Xinxiang began to form clouds in the sky. Through the 6 realms mirrors, he could fly very high into the sky, and the people on the ground would find it very difficult to discover anything high up in the sky, and they would never think that there would be enemies high up in the sky. This was because it was very difficult to fly in the sacred domain, let alone hovering in the air. Only powerful flying beasts could do so, but they were usually very easy to discover. The 6 realms mirrors floated in the air, and then gradually grew bigger. In order to not be so obvious, the mirror surface of the 6 realms mirrors turned black, and there were even specks of starlight on the mirror surface. It could be said that it perfectly blended into the night sky and could be passed off as real. At this moment, Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors began to operate. "Little sister mirror, you can begin." Xinxiang laughed. "After so many days, you must have comprehended quite a bit of the world-defying mountain and river diagram, right? Big brother, summoning heavy rain through the world-defying mountain and river diagram is a very easy task." Little sister Xiao Jing laughed very easily. "It'll be done soon." The 6 realms mirrors absorbed the ability of the heavenly jewels, then began to circulate the world-defying mountain and river diagram, and immediately began to move the rain. At the same time, Xinxiang controlled the large amount of ape demon dragon poison stored in the 6 realms mirrors. This was a special kind of ape demon dragon poison. Once infected, one would not immediately die, but would instead spit out blood from all 7 orifices. Summoning Baihu's divine weapon required a large amount of blood, so Xinxiang chose such a poison. The sky suddenly turned dark, but the divine horned beast army did not think much of it. Chapter 4209. Bai Jinjin herself knew that summoning Baihu's divine armament would require her to pay a huge price, but she didn't dare to tell Xinxiang, afraid that Xinxiang wouldn't allow her to summon it, because she was very clear about the importance of Baihu's divine armament to Xinxiang. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to complete the summoning. Silly girl. Xinxiang saw that Bai Jinjin's body was constantly gushing out blood mist, and knew that at this speed, Bai Jinjin would definitely not be able to hold on. The red blood mist faintly flickered with a golden-white glow. This was Baihu's divine blood, and was also the key to summoning Baihu's divine armament. Xinxiang immediately took out a handful of blood-replenishing holy pellet and placed it in Bai Jinjin's mouth for her to eat. "Old ape, you guys hold on. Don't let anyone else get close." Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to slowly descend, and at the same time, let the ape demon dragon servant come out from the 6 realms mirrors and fight on it. Close to the ground, he could absorb the blood below faster, as well as attract a large number of souls. He could speed up the completion of the entire sacrificial ritual, so Bai Jinjin wouldn't have to work so hard. Jinjin, how much longer will it take? Xinxiang asked. Bai Jinjin did not reply. She was still chanting the ancient by whose war race incantation, and with every word she said, her body would emit a bloody mist. Fortunately, Xinxiang had refined a lot of blood replenishing holy pellet, and they were all refined through the world, defying God furnace. Even if Bai Jinjin was a divine beast, after she ate them, the blood in her body would still be replenished. However, she needed to eat a lot of blood, replenishing holy pellet. In order to speed up her recovery, Xinxiang could only activate the 6 realms mirrors and frantically refine the energy of the heavenly jewels. After transforming it, he began to condense the lifeless heavenly dewdrops. The lifeless heavenly dewdrops he had condensed were all of very high quality, which could also speed up the recovery of the blood in Bai Jinjin's body. Although the current Bai Jinjin could not speak, he knew that Xinxiang was helping her recover her blood. She blamed herself because she had underestimated the incantation to summon Bai Hu's divine weapon and overestimated her own abilities. If it weren't for Xinxiang's timely help, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Jinjin, there's a big problem with the sacrificial ritual before the summoning of the Bai Hu divine weapon. Xinxiang looked at Bai Jinjin and placed a dazzling golden lifeless heavenly dewdrop that contained extremely dense energy into her mouth. Bai Jinjin blinked, indicating that she had just realized that there was indeed a problem with this summoning technique. My guess is that this summoning technique requires the caster to sacrifice himself. But don't worry, I'm just drawing your blood like crazy right now. I'll definitely help you replenish your blood, Xinxiang said. Bai Jinjin was now a lot more at ease, because with Xinxiang by her side, she felt very at ease. Master, an enemy is approaching, the old ape said in a low voice. It's the divine horned beast clan, a Saint King realm cultivator. Old ape, can you beat them? Xinxiang asked. No problem, the old ape said. It's just 2 Saint King realm divine horned beasts. We can deal with them. 2 old Saint King realm experts who had gone out to patrol had now returned. After seeing the miserable state of the million-strong army, they also sensed the aura of Bai Hu's divine blood, so they immediately looked into the sky and found Bai Jinjin. The old ape and the other demonic ape dragons could naturally sense Bai Hu's divine blood. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts about it, because Bai Hu's divine beast, Bai Jinjin, who had transformed into a beauty, obviously had a very good relationship with Xinxiang. Moreover, they were instinctively afraid of divine beasts, unlike the divine horned beast clan, who always wanted to devour divine beasts. I'll leave those 2 guys to you, Xinxiang said. Capture them and extract their souls for me. After following Xinxiang for such a short period of time, the demonic ape dragons no longer ate human flesh. They mainly ate saint soul pills, which required a large number of souls to refine. Next, Bai Jinjin continued to recite the incantation according to her inherited memory, and the speed at which she recited the incantation was getting faster and faster. Xinxiang could only continue to feed Bai Jinjin a large number of blood-replenishing saint pills, and she could quickly refine them. After all, she was Bai Hu's divine beast, and the saint pills had little effect on her. It didn't take long for the saint pills to be finished, and Xinxiang's refining speed of the lifeless heavenly dew was not fast either. Chapter 4210. Xinxiang had thought that Bai Hu's summoning would be very easy. After the sacrificial ceremony, Bai Hu's divine weapon would jump out directly. However, his imagination was too good. Bai Hu's divine weapon was not an ordinary thing, and it was different from the other 4 symbols' divine weapons. Bai Hu's divine weapon had been obtained by Bai Hu's battle clan and had been reforged. Who knew what method they had used to reforge it? Xinxiang even suspected that Bai Hu's battle clan had most likely come into contact with the power of the law of the world-defying stage universe, and borrowed the power of the law of the world-defying stage universe to reforge by whose divine weapon. That was why there was such an inheritance technique as summoning by whose divine weapon. No matter what, by whose divine weapon cannot fall into the hands of others. Shenxiang put away the divine mirror of 6 paths and let the demonic ape-dragon servants return to the divine mirror of 6 paths. This desert had been drenched by the poisonous rain, and now it had become a swamp filled with poisonous gas. It could be said to be a very dangerous place. This meant that a large number of people would not dare to approach this place even if they discovered the tiger head virtual image. Last night, there were many spies from various forces. They were originally following the god Horn Beast army, but they were also enveloped by the poisonous rain, so there were many casualties. However, some of the spies were still able to send back the situation immediately. Of course, those spies did not discover that someone had released the poisonous rain in the air. They only said that there was a sudden poisonous rain. The sudden appearance of the tiger head virtual image would definitely make people associate it, and no one would think that it was man-made. Shenxiang, who was in the desert, contacted Pang Panglong and Hua Gengyan through the communication talisman. They were well-informed people. They had not received any news from the desert yet. They only knew that there was an army of 1,000,000 god horn beasts in the Kanglan Desert. Just an hour after Shenxiang contacted them, they all received the news and passed it on to Shenxiang. Especially that Hua Gengyan, he had more news than Pang Panglong, young Master Shin. I am now beside the Holy Sun of all heavens. I've also gotten more information. Hua Gengyan said, according to the All Heavens Palace, the tiger head of the Kanglan Desert is Baihu, and there is an obvious aura of Baihu's divine blood. The people from the All Heavens Hall have arrived at the Kanglan Desert? Shenxiang asked. Some spies should have already gone there. Those spies are the most elite of the All Heavens Hall. They are well equipped and have all kinds of powerful magic treasures. Hua Gengyan said, these scouts are the elites of the All Heavens holy princes. What does the All Heavens Palace think about the strange phenomenon in the Kanglan Desert? Shenxiang asked. Hua Gengyan did not know that Shenxiang was in the Songlan Great Desert, nor did he know that the anomaly was caused by Shenxiang. They're still investigating, but according to what I heard from the All Heavens Saints, the 1,000,000-strong army of god horned beasts was annihilated, and the 3 Saint Kings were also killed. These guys might know that there's a divine beast Baihu over there, so they rushed over. Serves them right. They're all dead now, aren't they? Ha ha ha! I was wondering why they were so arrogant and led their 1,000,000-strong army to the Saint Xian Star so quickly. It turns out that they weren't going to fight against the Heavenless God Palace, but to take all the benefits for themselves. The God Horned Beast clan is really something. They always want to transform into a dragon and become the strongest beast clan in the Holy Region, then trample on the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace. They can have anything in their dreams. Dream on. Hua Gengyan mocked the God Horned Beast clan. It was obvious that the All Heavens Palace did not have a good impression of the God Horned Beast clan, especially now that the All Heavens Palace knew that they wanted to secretly capture the divine beast Baihu. Their ambition was not small. Old Hua, help me pay attention to which major forces will send people to the Kanglan Desert, Shenxiang said. Sure. Hua Gengyan did not think too much about it. He just thought that Shenxiang wanted to know the latest information. Hua Gengyan would definitely cooperate with Shenxiang because he could earn a lot if he worked with Shenxiang. After the tiger head virtual image appeared, the major forces quickly learned about it. Now that the tiger head virtual image was still crazily absorbing the energy between heaven and earth, the commotion was even greater. The energy floating in the Kanglan Desert was originally very thin, but with the appearance of the huge tiger head virtual image, the energy gradually became denser. Not long after, Hua Gengyan sent a message to Shenxiang. His voice was filled with surprise. Young Master Shin, don't go to that place for the time being. There's a very strong poison there. The All Heavens Holy Sun plans to rush over immediately. I have to accompany him. After all, my poison skills are still very high. Hua Gengyan knew that Shen Xiang was a poison expert, but he was also worried that Shen Xiang would be poisoned if he rashly went there. After all, he was from the devouring poison demon clan and had a sense of pride in his bones. He believed that no one in the holy region understood poison better than them. Shen Xiang found it funny because he was now in the Kanglan Desert. Chapter 42:11. Old Hua, are you representing the All Heavens Palace to go in and observe? Shen Xiang wanted to know if the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace would also send some big shots. It was that bastard Holy Sun who wanted me to go in. He hoped to get first-hand information from me. The All Heavens Palace has already sent a small team in, and the leaders are all elders. The Holy Sun is too embarrassed to ask for information from the elders, so he let me in. Speaking of this matter, Hua Gengyan was also filled with resentment. He did not want to go because it was filled with all kinds of dangers. He was not afraid of poison, but he was afraid of death. He was impenetrable, but that did not mean that he was invincible. Don't be afraid. It's good to go in and broaden your horizons. Xinxiang said, you can also bring me first-hand information. Young Master Xin, you are much better than that guy. Don't worry. I will definitely give you the information first. If it's important information, I don't even want to tell that dog thief. Hua Gengyan laughed. Right now, he only wanted to curry favor with Xinxiang, because in his eyes, Xinxiang was the best partner to work with and could earn him a lot of heavenly jewels. If there's any new information, let's contact each other again, Xinxiang said. All right, Hua Gengyan said. I'm going to set off now. Shen Xiang was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Right now, the first to enter this poisonous desert should be the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. The Heavenly Mother Spirit race were all women. If it was the former, it might be an old granny or something like that. Shen Xiang was thinking about how to communicate with them when the time came, so that they could help him contact the Tian clan's mother. He was in a hurry to find the Tian clan's mother because he wanted to understand the situation at the world-defying stage. According to his guess, the time in the world-defying stage might be different from the time in the sacred domain. A few days here in the sacred domain might be a few months down there. Sometimes, in a higher-level space, there would be a huge difference in time between a lower-level space. The problem was that he couldn't contact the Tian clan's mother at all. If the time in the world-defying stage was really as he had guessed, then the people in the world-defying stage must have already reached the upper limit of their cultivation and could step into the sacred domain. Xinxiang hoped to meet them here. The Saint Profound Star was a very good place. There was also an old friend like Duhai here, so it was the most suitable place. Xinxiang stood in this black poisonous desert. After he became invisible, no one could see him, so he was not afraid of being ambushed or anything. Just as he was thinking about this matter, a tiger's roar suddenly came from the sky. It was the gigantic tiger head phantom that let out a roar. What's the situation? Can this thing even be roared? Xinxiang was very surprised. Then he realized that the white tiger head phantom was opening its mouth wider and wider, absorbing even more energy. There should be a power of law secretly supporting this. The Baihu battle clan's incantation should have been comprehended from the power of law, Xinxiang guessed. Not long after the loud whistling sound was heard, Hua Gengyan quickly sent a message to Xinxiang. Young Master Shen, I'm in trouble. I came in with the All Heavens Palace's team, and they're fighting with the Heavenless Divine Palace. Hua Gengyan's voice was anxious as he said, I'm hiding in the dark. If anything happens, I might not be able to return. Our cooperation can only be terminated. Please forgive me. Xinxiang thought for a moment. No matter what, this Hua Gengyan was still a Saint King. Why did it sound like he was hiding and watching the battle from his voice? That meant that the people from the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Palace were all very strong. Old Hua, what's the situation on your side? Xinxiang asked. Are their cultivations higher than yours? Can't you participate in the battle? I'm only at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. They're all at the peak of the Saint King realm. I'm very weak in front of them, Hua Gengyan said. Furthermore, they are all old farts, and the equipment in their hands are all divine equipment from the divine realm. I can't compare to them. Why are they fighting? Is it because of the matter at the Heavenly Indulgence Manor? Xinxiang asked. No, the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace have been accumulating hatred for a long time. Although the matter at the Heavenly Indulgence Manor was big, it was nothing in their eyes. Hua Gengyan said, Young Master Shun, they found me. I have to run. After he finished speaking, he cut off the connection. Chapter 42:12. Hua Gengyan looked around, wanting to see if there was anyone else nearby, because Xinxiang had a very powerful woman by his side before, but now it seemed that Xinxiang was alone. Young Master Shin, are you alone? Hua Gengyan asked. Where's the miss by from before? It's a bit dangerous for you to be alone. I alone am enough. It's dangerous, but I run fast. As long as I run fast, the danger won't be able to catch up to me. Xinxiang laughed. Young Master Shin is really hiding his strength. Hua Gengyan laughed out loud. I was thinking too much. Young Master Shin was able to kill those two fellows just now. He's even stronger than me. I'm not that powerful. It's all because of your poison, old Hua. It's all because of your poison. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he looked at the tiger head virtual image in the sky. Young Master Shin's poison is the real deal. My poison is too weak. Hua Gengyan was not trying to flatter him. He truly believed that Xinxiang was much better at using poison than him. This was because Xinxiang really had a type of poison that could knock down their devil-devouring demon clan. Just based on this point, it was rare in the sacred domain. Let's stay away from those old fellows. It's not good to be targeted by them, Xinxiang said. Young Master Shin, are you planning to stay here or go out? Hua Gengyan did not want to stay here any longer. Old Hua, why don't you go out first? It'll be much safer this way. I still need to investigate this place. Xinxiang did not want Hua Gengyan to follow him either, as it would hinder his actions. All right. Hua Gengyan nodded his head. He knew that Xinxiang had a lot of secrets, so he did not say much and immediately left this poisonous desert. As for Xinxiang, he released the 6 realms mirrors, sat on it, and flew into the air. He had a premonition that by whose divine armament was about to come out. In the sky, he quickly discovered that the old fellows from the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace were fighting. They were indeed very strong, and the equipment they used were all from the divine realm, causing a huge commotion below. These fellows are fighting so fiercely. Did they forget that there are still Heavenly Mother Soul clansmen nearby? Xinxiang was mainly looking for the Heaven Mother Spirit Race clansmen. The sudden appearance of the Heaven Mother Spirit Race clansmen might affect the situation of the entire Saint Profound Star. Previously, he had never considered the Heavenly Mother Soul race, as his focus had always been on the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. The appearance of the Heavenly Mother Soul race in this desert meant that they had most likely arrived at the Saint Xian star a long time ago. At that time, they had yet to summon the Bai Hu divine weapon. Could it be that they are also here for that mysterious thing under the Kanglan Sea? Xinxiang secretly suspected. In fact, he was a little worried. If the Heaven Mother Spirit race wanted to compete for supremacy in the Saint Mysterious Star, they would definitely clash with him. The other possibility is that the Heavenly Mother Soul race is looking for territory for 100 Flowers Paradise. The Saint Xian star is indeed not bad. It's not the territory of the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. And there's also the Great Kuan sect. Xinxiang thought of another possibility. The people of the Heavenly Mother Soul race should be easier to communicate with, right? Although Xinxiang had a good relationship with the Heavenly Mother, the people of the Heavenly Mother Soul race did not recognize him, unless the Heavenly Mother's clone was here. As he thought, he controlled the 6 realms' mirrors to fly and search for the people in the desert. This desert was like a swamp, and after being infected with poison, it became pitch black. Shen Xiang was high up in the sky, and with the help of the 6 realms' mirrors, it was easy for him to find who was below. According to the information he had, only the people from the All Heavens Palace, Heavenless Divine Palace, and the Heavenly Mother Soul race had entered. Even if the people from the other factions wanted to enter, they wouldn't dare to. They were afraid that they would be poisoned to death. Shan Xiang had previously contacted Du Hai, who was at the Great Kuan sect, and told him that the poison in this desert was the demonic ape dragon poison. He told him not to send anyone to investigate. When it came to poison, Du Hai had a lot of authority in the Great Kuan sect. After all, if he was poisoned, he still had to go to the sacred Dan Institute to detoxify it. Not long after, Shin Xiang discovered a group of people wearing white clothes and white bamboo hats. Their bamboo hats had white veils hanging down, covering their heads. Shin Xiang's eyesight was extremely good. He thought that he wanted to see through the white veil to see the appearances of these people. But he realized that they were all wearing special masks that were difficult to see through. However, from the looks of it, most of them were women. Among the dozen or so people, a few of them were wearing white clothes that outlined their graceful figures. Therefore, Shen Xiang guessed that they were from the Heavenly Mother Soul race. Chapter 42:13. If it was in the past, Long Shui would have been too lazy to pay attention to this kind of young man. But for some reason, when she saw Shen Xiang's face, she wanted to bully him a little. I can't even see your face. If you really are an old granny, then you should have a head full of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a hunchback. Shen Xiang also pretended to be a young man and said, previously he had sensed the aura of a dragon, but at that time he did not think that it would be Long Shui. After all, he had been separated from Long Shui for a long time, so Shin Xiang was unable to recognize her aura in a short period of time. After so many years of cultivation, Long Shui's aura had undergone a huge change, so it was normal for Shin Xiang to not be able to recognize it. Child, if I tell you to call me Grandma, then just call me Grandma. Long Shui laughed tenderly. This grandaunt has the face-preserving technique. I can keep my face forever, so I won't be old. Who doesn't know how to brag? I also know the face-preserving technique, and I've lived for hundreds of millions of years. You should call me ancestor, Shin Xiang said. Humph, annoying child. Although Long Shui said this, she still walked over and handed a pill to Shin Xiang, saying, eat it. This pill has the effect of detoxifying poison. You will be very safe after eating it. Thank you, big sister. Shen Xiang also took it and ate it. Sister Shui, it's very suspicious for a young man like him to be able to come here by himself. A woman whispered to Long Shui. This meant that Long Shui had an extremely high status here. Otherwise, those girls wouldn't be so respectful to her. Shan Xiang had guessed before that the time of the world-defying stage was different from the time of the sacred domain. The world-defying stage should have been in the world-defying stage for a long time, and Long Shui had already broken through. Shan Xiang did not understand what had happened to the world-defying stage at all. If the world-defying stage did not have any cultivation restrictions and also had an abundance of cultivation resources, maybe the people there would be able to advance by leaps and bounds? Shan Xiang suddenly regretted not staying in the world-defying stage for a while longer. Kid, what's your name? Long Shui asked. Sister Shui, I'm Shen Xiang. You should have heard of my name, right? Shen Xiang said in a low voice. Ah, are you Shen Xiang? Long Shui was shocked. Of course I've heard of you. You are the benefactor of 100 Blossoms. Are you really Shen Xiang? Why do you still look like a kid? Although Long Shui had forgotten about Shen Xiang, but Shui Xian Xian, Hua Shang Yue, and the others often talked about Shen Xiang to the girls of the 100 Blossoms world, and instilled in them that Shen Xiang was the benefactor of the 100 Blossoms world. Therefore, as time passed, All the girls of the Hundred Blossoms world had heard of Xinxiang and had a good impression of Xinxiang. After all, even Lu Meng'er and Bai Yuyu, who were usually so cold and aloof, had a high evaluation of Xinxiang, which meant that they were really high. Sister Shui, how long has it been since I left the world-defying stage? Xinxiang asked immediately. Not long, it's only been a few hundred years. Long Shui patted Xinxiang's head and said, I remember Xian saying that you looked like a young man back then. I didn't expect you to still be like this. Your face-preserving technique is too powerful. Actually, the absolute monarch sanctuary hasn't been that long. A woman at the side said, Sister Shui, since it's young Master Xin, then we can rest assured. But how can we be sure? Is it young Master Xin? What if it's a fake? Another woman was a little worried. That's easy. After Long Shui finished speaking, he took out a small house from the storage magic treasure and laughed. Little brother Xin, come in with me. Immortal taught me how to verify your true body. Xinxiang immediately tightened his clothes and asked worriedly, Sister Shui, what method do you want to use to test it? Can you tell me a little? The women also wanted to know, and they couldn't help but think in a bad direction. It's not like I'm going to eat you. What are you afraid of? Come in quickly. Don't be so wishy-washy. Long Shui opened the door and pouted at Xinxiang. Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Don't worry. Big sister is a good person. I won't eat your tofu. Xinxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only follow her in. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. Long Shui had long been his woman, and there was no loss in being eaten by her. After he followed Long Shui into the small room, Long Shui immediately opened several layers of enchantments. If you really are Xinxiang, then release your green dragon demon slayer. Long Shui said. Xian and the others said that you have the green dragon demon slayer in your hands. Sister Shui, I want to see your beautiful face. Is that okay? Xinxiang did not take out the green dragon demon slayer. Child, there's a big difference in age between us. Don't be infatuated with me. Give up. Long Shui sighed. Quickly release the saber. Chapter 40-14. Xinxiang had a firm grasp of Long Shui's weakness. Of course, the prerequisite for Xinxiang to use this move was to obtain Long Shui's trust. When they were in the Hundred Flowers world, Long Shui had often heard Hua Xiangyue and the others talk about how good Xinxiang was and how much kindness he had towards the Hundred Flowers world. After being brainwashed by them for so many years, Long Shui was naturally not wary of Xinxiang. Therefore, when Xinxiang talked about delicious food, Long Shui would definitely want to try it. If a stranger told her that there was something delicious, she would treat it as someone trying to poison her and get rid of it. You little kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. How many delicious things have you eaten? I, Shui Long, have lived for hundreds of millions of years. What good things have I not eaten? This move of yours won't work. Long Shui saw through Xinxiang's thoughts with a single glance, but she really wanted to try it out in her heart. However, she had to restrain herself and use provocation to provoke Xinxiang into obediently bringing the delicious food over. Yes, in her eyes, Xinxiang was just a child. She felt that dealing with this kind of brat would be easy, as long as she said a few words of provocation. Xinxiang would bring the delicious food over. When she finished eating, she would say that it was just SOSO and send it away. Long Shui admired her own intelligence and wisdom more and more, and couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Sister Long, isn't it too anxious for the other sisters to wait outside? Let's go out. Xinxiang and Long Shui had been together for so long. How could he not know what this little gluttonous dragon was thinking? Therefore, he did not continue to mention the delicious food. They're not in a hurry. We're waiting for Bai Hu to show us the treasure. There's still a lot of time. Long Shui crossed his arms and said, Little brother Xin, didn't you just say that you wanted me to taste the most delicious thing in the universe? Sister Long, you've eaten all the good food, so I won't embarrass myself. I'll keep it for myself. Shen Xiang said with a smile. You have to be honest, you know. You're still young. You can't develop such a bad habit. Long Shui said, I don't want to eat your food. I'm just teaching you to fulfill your promise. Even if you take out a lump of mud now, I won't blame you. When Shen Xiang saw that Long Shui had taken the bait, he smiled and took out a small piece of meat. Very good beef meat. Long Shui was indeed a foodie. He recognized it at a glance. After that, Shen Xiang cut open this piece of meat, just enough to make a small bowl. Then he took out a wok and placed it on top of his world-defying God furnace to stir-fry. When frying this pot of meat, Shen Xiang put a variety of spices, all of which were specially refined by him. There was nothing he could do about it. He mainly wanted to give it to Bai Jinjin and little sister Xiaojing, so he had specially refined a lot of seasonings. To him, refining this kind of fragrant seasoning was also a very profound art of refining medicine and poison. The only difference was that refining seasoning was not difficult and was also very safe. Whether it was oil, salt, or other seasonings, they had all been refined through several processes, and all sorts of fragrant medicinal herbs had been put in. Most importantly, after Shen Xiang's superb and unparalleled alchemy skills, combined with the world-defying God furnace, this kind of seasoning was almost unique, and no one else could concoct it. When Shen Xiang was frying this small piece of beef, he had also secretly used a method similar to the magic method furnace. It was to use his powerful consciousness to condense an invisible lid, isolating the pot from the various smells that wafted out, locking the most original fragrance within the beef. BR, you have some ability. Who did you learn your culinary skills from? Xian Xian and the others said that you are especially good at refining pills and medicine, and your soul is also very strong. But they have never said that you are good at cooking. Long Shui was also an expert in this area. After all, she was a foodie and often made all sorts of delicious food by herself. Sometimes she was very lazy in other aspects, but she was very hardworking when it came to cooking. Therefore, when she saw that Shen Xiang's cooking technique was very strange, she knew that Shen Xiang wanted to lock up the best taste and not let it leak out. She knew that Shen Xiang had something up his sleeves. Sister Shui Yi, then you're in for a treat. There's so many beautiful sisters in the 100 Flowers world, but only you can taste the dishes that I personally cook. Shen Xiang laughed. Even Sister you said that you're a good person. You child, do you have some kind of mental manipulation? Long Shui snorted and said, Tell me honestly, have you ever had any other thoughts about them? Long Shui began to be vigilant because this young man was too abnormal. No. I was originally Sister Xianglin's disciple, but after I took Wang Camtin as my master, I removed my master-disciple relationship with her. Shen Xiang said, I heard from Sister Xiangyue that you obtained the sky-spilled divine plate from Master Huang. Long Shui nodded. Chapter 42:15. Shen Xiang had already put away the pot and the stove, and did not look like he was going to continue frying the meat. Little brother Shin, Big Sister is a little hungry now. Can you make another big bowl of fried meat for Big Sister to eat? I'll give you the heaven-returning orb. Long Shui's tone suddenly became gentle. Shen Xiang knew that this little, gluttonous dragon's biggest weakness was that she liked to eat. Sister Long, then how many heavenly jewels are you going to give me to buy a bowl of meat? Shen Xiang asked. 10,000 heavenly jewels, how about it? Long Shui said, That's a lot. In fact, Long Shui did not have many heavenly jewels. She had to admit that Shen Xiang's fried meat was really too delicious. It was a taste that she had never eaten before, but she could not show it in front of Shen Xiang. She was very clear that this was her biggest weakness. She was also afraid of being threatened, so she could not show it too much. Although Shui Xianxian and the others said that Shen Xiang was a very good person, she did not want an outsider to know that she was so easy to manipulate. Long Shui only wanted to eat another bowl and taste the delicacy carefully. She was not lying. She had indeed eaten too quickly just now and swallowed it directly. She did not chew it slowly, mainly because her appetite had been whetted, so she immediately swallowed it the moment she received it. Even so, she still tasted it, but she still wanted to taste it one more time. Sister Long, now is not the time. There are still dangers outside, Xinxiang said in a low voice. The old fellows from the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace are all fighting nearby. Xinxiang also felt that it was about time. After all, he also had to keep an eye on the tiger head virtual image, so as to not miss Baihu's divine armament. Little brother Xin, how about this? After I finish the mission here, I'll go with you. How about you teach me how to fry that kind of beef? Long Shui said. She suddenly remembered that she had an important mission this time, so she couldn't just eat. Well, it depends on Sister Long's sincerity. Xinxiang said, Sister Long, you're so beautiful, but you're hiding it from me. You don't trust me. Of course not. This is just our costume requirement. Besides, I took off my mask just now and you saw my face. I still trust you. Long Shui smiled and said, Little brother Xin, this big sister does not have many heavenly jewels, but this big sister is very strong. I can be your bodyguard. That's fine. If you become my bodyguard, I'll cook meat for you every day. I can even teach you, for free. Xinxiang smiled. He really didn't expect that this little glutton would be hooked so easily. However, it was also because Xue Xianxian and the others often brainwashed Long Shui. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trusted Xinxiang so much. Then it's settled. Let's get out of here first, Long Shui said. Xinxiang didn't know how long Bai Jinjin would follow him. If Long Shui was really willing to be his bodyguard, then Bai Jinjin would also have a companion. Long Shui took Xinxiang, walked out of the hut, and then put away the hut. Outside, the other Heavenly Mother Spirit race women came forward, wanting to know if Long Shui confirmed Xinxiang's identity. This person is really Xinxiang. I've already verified it, Long Shui said. Sister Shui, why did young Master Xin come here? Did he come alone? Another woman asked curiously. They had indeed heard of Xinxiang, but they didn't know enough about Xinxiang. They also didn't know that Xinxiang had the green dragon demon slayer. Long Shui didn't ask before, then looked at Xinxiang and said, Little brother Xin, why did you come here? It's very dangerous here. Did you come here alone? I came for that. Xinxiang pointed to the tiger head virtual image and said, To be honest, I was the one who made that thing. How is this possible? That is the ancient summoning technique of Baihu Battle Clan. It can summon the most precious treasure of Baihu Battle Clan. A woman said, Young Master Xin, are you from Baihu Battle Clan? My friend is. She indeed used the summoning technique of Baihu Battle Clan. Now her vitality is greatly injured and she is resting. Xinxiang said, I also participated in it. The Heavenly Mother Spirit race women looked at each other in dismay. Little brother Xin, you can't speak nonsense. Baihu Battle Clan has to pay a great price to use this summoning technique. Maybe they will die. Long Shui said. Chapter 42:16. Xinxiang was not too surprised that there was a Heavenly Mother sacred palace in the sacred region, because Mother of Tian Clan had said before that she was going to find their territory in the sacred region. What Xinxiang was curious about now was whether Mother of Tian Clan had gone to the Heavenly Mother sacred palace before they lost contact. Mother of Tian Clan came to the sacred region. Did she go to find your palace, master? Xinxiang asked. The girls who came with Long Shui should all be from the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace. If Mother of Tian Clan had been to the sacred palace, then they must have heard about it. She has never been here. If Mother of Tian Clan really returned to our sacred palace, we would all know, because I always participate in the reception of Mother of Tian Clan. The woman shook her head. Strange, when she arranged for me to stay in the Great Kuan sect, she said that she was going to find the secret base of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race in the sacred region. That should be your Heavenly Mother sacred palace. Xiang frowned slightly. Did she not go there? Maybe Palace Master and Mother of Tian Clan have come into contact. Young Master Xin, why don't you wait until you see Palace Master and ask her? The woman said, Little brother Xin, when the time comes, I'll escort you to Heavenly Mother's sacred palace. Long Shui smiled. With me escorting you, you will be very safe. Palace Master said that the situation in the sacred region is changing very quickly, and there are dangers everywhere. All the forces are fighting for territory or annexing each other. Our Heavenly Mother's sacred palace is very likely to be involved. The woman seemed to be worried. Isn't Heavenly Mother sacred palace hidden very well? Xiang said, As long as you hide and don't participate, you won't be implicated. Our Heavenly Mother's sacred palace does not have the support of the Heavenly Mother spirit race from the divine realm. Furthermore, we have to find the Heavenly Mother sacred desolate, find the sacred ground of our Heavenly Mother spirit race. Then we have no choice but to move in the sacred region. The woman shook her head and sighed. We can't avoid it. That's true. Xiang thought about it and felt that Heavenly Mother's sacred palace might be a very strong force, so it was definitely unavoidable. All Heaven's palace and Heavenless divine palace. Do they know of your Heavenly Mother's sacred palace's existence? Xiang asked. Of course they know. They've even found out where we are. It's just that they haven't done anything yet, because they know we're not easy to deal with. However, it's hard to say with the current situation. Another woman said, Young Master Xin, you should be able to sense that the situation in the entire holy region is very anxious when you are in the Great Kuan sect, right? Xiang could indeed sense that many saints and saintesses would gather at the Great Kuan sect. They seemed to be plotting something. Some of the upper echelons of the Great Kuan sect did not know that these saints and saintesses were gathering to conspire. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Aren't the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace fighting now? Xiang laughed. The two superpowers that had entered the desert were indeed fighting at this moment, and the commotion was getting bigger and bigger. It could be seen that the conflict between them was not small. Young Master Xin, you're wrong if you think that they're fighting fiercely. They deliberately made such a big commotion just to show us. A woman said, This kind of trick can't fool us. Could it be that they are acting on purpose? Xiang thought carefully and suddenly understood. Although the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace had a huge conflict, they would temporarily reconcile when there were common interests. Were they trying to make the women of the Heavenly Mother Soul race lower their guard? If that was the case, then they might already be lying in ambush. Sisters, be careful. Suddenly a woman said in a low voice, I can sense that they are approaching us. Xiang hurriedly released his consciousness to cover a larger area. As expected, there was indeed a very weak movement in the vicinity. There were people stealthily approaching them. They hid themselves very well, so much so that if Xiang did not investigate carefully, it would be difficult for him to discover them. Are these guys courting death? Long Shui was very relaxed. She was not afraid of the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace at all. Sister Long, although you are a dragon, it's best if you don't expose yourself. It has been many years since a dragon appeared in the holy region. A woman warned in a low voice. If they knew that there was a white dragon here, maybe all the powers would come out in full force. That would be for the best. I can wipe them all out. Long Shui said. If it was before, she would indeed be afraid. But now that she had met Xiang, she knew that Xiang had the green dragon demon slayer in his hands. If she needed it, Xiang would definitely lend it to her. If she, the heavenly dragon supreme lord, used the green dragon demon slayer, the power would not be too strong. Xiang also immediately guessed that Long Shui would borrow his blade when necessary. Chapter 42:17. Xiang and Long Shui thought that they would have to fight, but seeing how strong these women were, they were relieved. The women of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race did not want to be looked down upon by Xin Xiang and Long Shui. Long Shui came from the 100 Flowers realm, and the Heavenly Mother Spirit race wanted to seek help from the 100 Flowers realm. If they appeared too weak, they would be looked down upon. Xin Xiang had a good relationship with the Heavenly Mother and was valued by her. This meant that Shen Xiang had a deep cooperation with the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. Therefore, the women of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race wanted to fight for their family's glory. At the very least, they could not be looked down upon by the Heavenly Palace and Heavenless God Palace. In just a short while, Shen Xiang felt that the dozen women of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race were very powerful. After all, it was the joint attack of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace. They had prepared for a long time and accumulated energy for a sneak attack, but it was blocked by the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. No wonder Hua Gengyan said that the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace were afraid of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. The Heavenly Palace and Heavenless God Palace were the claws of the 6 races of the Fate Spirit race. The Heavenly Mother Spirit race was a powerful force on par with the 6 races of the Fate Spirit race. Therefore, it was normal for the Heavenly Mother Spirit race to be stronger than the Heavenly Palace and Heavenless God Palace. However, the Heavenly Palace and Heavenless God Palace did not seem to understand each other's strength. Otherwise, they would not have attacked so rashly. These fellows have some skills, huh? They are quite strong, Long Shui said, but she was not afraid at all. It was clear that she was also very strong. Xin Xiang's cultivation was the lowest, but he was also very calm. This made Long Shui and the other women look at him in a new light. This was because people like Xin Xiang, who are at the bottom of the same domain, would usually be scared out of their wits in the face of such a big battle. However, Xin Xiang seemed to be fine. They had previously suspected that Shen Xiang had powerful bodyguards by his side, which was why Xin Xiang was able to come to this place. But now they had not seen Xin Xiang's bodyguards. Sister Shui, can you protect young Master Shen? A woman said, we'll go out and fight with those guys. If you can't protect us, we'll arrange for 2 more sisters to help you. There's no need for that. Don't worry and go fight. You must be careful. If you can't beat him, come to me. Long Shui acted like a big sister and said, when the time comes, I'll let them know how to write the word death. They all knew Long Shui's strength. If Long Shui wanted to protect someone, she could do it. After all, she was a dragon and could fly. With Long Shui's words, the dozen or so women from the Heavenly Mother Soul race felt a lot more at ease. They immediately spread out and went out to fight against the people from the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. Shen Xiang had originally wanted them to wait and bring some poison with them, but now it was too late because the people from the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace had already attacked. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them, with a total of more than 30 people, fighting with numbers. Xin Xiang observed the battle situation in all directions and said in a low voice, Sister Shui, aren't you going to help them? Xin Xiang was still worried about them. After all, they had fewer people. Don't worry, the girls from the Heavenly Mother Soul race are still very strong. Long Shui said, Little brother Xin, you can just stay here and watch at ease. Just as she finished speaking, Shen Xiang sensed movement underground. Long Shui's reaction was also very fast. She immediately grabbed Xin Xiang and soared into the air, directly flying in the air. She was a dragon and could be considered a flying divine beast, so she could easily fly in the air. It was very difficult to fly in the sacred region. Even if it was Shen Xiang, he could only use the 6 realms mirrors to consume a large amount of heavenly jewels in order to fly in the air. However, Long Shui did not need it at all. And there was also Bai Jinjin. Although she was Bai Hu, a divine beast like her could still fly without wings. Just a moment ago, someone drilled out from the ground and wanted to ambush Xin Xiang and Long Shui. After Long Shui sensed it, she immediately grabbed Xin Xiang and soared into the air. However, she seemed to have consumed a lot of energy, so she quickly landed on the ground. If I wasn't carrying someone, I would have made a move just now. Long Shui was also very vigilant at the moment. She stared at the place just now and saw that the person who ambushed them had drilled into the ground again. This meant that that person might launch a sneak attack again. Shen Xiang released the Holy Soul puppet and said in a low voice, "Sister Shui, I have a Holy Soul puppet. Have you heard of this thing before?" "What is it? Can it be eaten?" Long Shui asked curiously. "Of course not. This is a very powerful soul. It can be controlled." After Shen Xiang briefly explained the Holy Soul puppet, he continued, "That guy who looks like a gopher will definitely ambush us again. When the time comes, I will use the Holy Soul puppet to deal with him, and then you can act according to the situation. How about it?" Chapter 42:18. The last person who thought so was Hua Gangyan of the Devouring Poison Demon Clan. He was also an expert in using poison. Previously, when he was chased by several people, it was Shen Xiang who helped him succeed in using poison. "Sister Shui, that's because you haven't seen my poison skills yet." Shen Xiang laughed. He suddenly took out a very small blade that was shining with a faint green light. Seeing the blade, Long Shui said in a low voice, "Little brother Shin, why are you in such a hurry to show this blade? This is not good." This was the green dragon demon slayer after it had shrunk. Shen Xiang did not think much of it, as there were not many people who could recognize this blade. The four symbols, divine weapons, had always been evolving on its own. If one was not familiar with this blade, even if it was placed in front of him, they might not be able to recognize it, especially after the green dragon demon slayer was purified by Shen Xiang and returned to its owner's hands. It had undergone a great change. It's fine. Not many people can recognize it. During the time I've been in the sacred domain, this blade has undergone a lot of changes. Shen Xiang was not lying either. The green dragon demon slayer was inside the 6 realms mirrors, together with the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram, or perhaps with the world-defying god furnace. Now that the blade had become very small, it was even harder to recognize it. "Little brother Shin, then what do you plan to do?" Long Shui anxiously said, "They are coming over. Quickly tell me your plan." "I will use this blade to break through their defenses, and then I can use poison." Shen Xiang said, "They are all wearing anti-poison equipment, so it is difficult for the poison gas to penetrate. Once their defenses are broken, it will be easy to handle." This was how he had helped Hua Gangyan before. "Then what poison do you plan to use?" Long Shui had just arrived in the sacred domain, so she did not know what poison was the most powerful in the sacred domain. "Just wait and see," Shen Xiang said in a low voice. "They're coming. Remember to protect me and take me flying." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Shui immediately grabbed Shen Xiang and flew into the air. At the same time, several figures rushed over from all directions. After all, they were running on the ground, so no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be that fast. Long Shui easily carried Shen Xiang away. Shen Xiang controlled the shrunken green dragon demon slayer to fly out. Like a tiny green lightning bolt, it flew towards the 6 people. There were 6 people besieging them, and their cultivation levels were not particularly high. However, even with Long Shui's current strength, he was not confident that he could destroy them in an instant. Unless Long Shui transformed into the true form of the white dragon, these people were still very powerful. Knowing that something was chasing after them, they immediately dodged. However, under the control of Shen Xiang, the flying dagger was flying at an extremely fast speed. Shen Xiang did not attack their vital points. Instead, he pierced back and forth on their armor, creating holes. In just a moment, many cracks appeared on the armor of the 6 people. They were all cut by the green dragon demon slayer. Soon, they realized that their armor had been broken, so the other party was going to use poison next. Just as they thought of this, several black pills flew towards them. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, those pills exploded, splashing out black venom. The terrifying thing was that the venom seemed to have a life of its own. It was originally attached to the armor, but it quickly gathered and quickly moved towards the armor. The cracks on the armor wriggled, and then it drilled into the bodies of those people. This kind of poison pill was one of Xinxiang's specialties. Generally speaking, the most basic way to refine poison was to refine poisonous liquid, poisonous powder, or poisonous gas. However, even so, it was very difficult to refine and required very high skills. It was not difficult to refine poison into poison pills. Many people were able to refine it, but the poison power would decrease by a lot. However, the poison pills refined by Xinxiang had increased their poison power by several times, and he could even bestow them with special abilities. Chapter 42:19. The Heavenly Mother Soul race had a strong foundation. They had left a lot of resources and equipment for the Heavenly Mother Palace in the Holy Region. At this moment, these equipment gave them great strength and the ability to protect themselves. In terms of cultivation, the All Heavens Palace and Skyless Divine Palace weren't weak either. In a situation where their cultivation was equal, it was a competition of equipment. Sometimes it wasn't just about equipment, it was also about pills. In such an intense battle, one's energy would be depleted very quickly. If one could consume precious pills, one would be able to quickly recover and continue fighting. If one was accidentally injured by the opponent, one could also consume pills to quickly recover from the injury. The kind of precious sacred elixir that could heal injuries or restore Tao Essence Saint power was equivalent to a second life in this kind of battle. If one had a large number of such pills, one could directly exhaust the opponent to death. Xinxiang didn't have any now, but he planned to refine them in batches when he had the time. Originally, he had asked Grandma Kuan-Min to help him find pill furnaces. But now that Grandma Kuan-Min had suddenly gone into seclusion, he could only ask Du Hai for help. Du Hai was the dean of the Holy Elixir School. It was very easy for him to find a large number of pill furnaces for Xinxiang. He could even directly ask the people of the Rune Institute to help him refine them. Xinxiang wanted a large number of pill furnaces and slowly used his powerful soul to control the pill furnaces to refine pills. Although this was only his idea, he felt that it was very feasible. Xinxiang and Long Shui were not far behind the woman. The three people from the All Heavens Palace also noticed them. Long Shui flying in the air gave people a lot of pressure. Heavenly Mother Soul race, I didn't expect one of you to have mastered such a flying technique. Your actions have violated the laws of the Holy Region. You will be punished by the heavens. That person said coldly, if you have the ability, stop them from flying and let them land on the ground. That's only fair. Bah! The three of you are fighting me and you still say it's fair? The woman said angrily. At this moment, Xinxiang had already controlled the green dragon demon Slayer to fly out. It had to be said that these three men from the All Heavens Palace were quite capable. When they sensed that the green dragon demon Slayer was flying towards them, they also realized that it was a very dangerous thing. They quickly retreated and dodged. They didn't even bother to fight. They turned around and ran. Stop them! Xinxiang shouted. At the same time, he controlled the green dragon demon Slayer to drill into the ground. Although the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was traveling underground, its speed was still extremely fast. Very quickly, it caught up to a person from the All Heaven Palace, and then it drilled out from the ground and pierced straight up, creating a hole in the middle of that person's legs. Ah, what is that? That person only felt as if something had pierced into his body. It was extremely sharp and could actually break through his divine armor. Then, Xinxiang controlled the Saint Soul puppet and attached it to another person. As for the demonic shadow divine soul, it went to harass the third person. Xinxiang couldn't use the poison soul demon worm now. He was afraid that he would accidentally injure the little sister from the All Heavens Palace. Without using poison, it was very difficult for him to kill these high cultivation people from the All Heavens Palace. The people from the All Heavens Palace and Skyless Divine Palace were at least in the Sage Realm. If Shenxiang didn't use poison, he could only disturb them at most. The little sister from the All Heavens Palace reacted very quickly. She also knew that someone was secretly helping them. Therefore, she hurriedly went over to finish them off, and very quickly killed all three of them. Although she was a woman, she was also a person who killed decisively. Long Shui immediately brought Shenxiang and landed beside the little sister. "Thank you, Sister Shui." The little sister quickly said gratefully, "I didn't do anything. It was all Brother Shin's help. This guy has many tricks up his sleeve." Long Shui smiled and said, "Little sister, quickly go and help us sisters." The little sister looked at Shenxiang with some surprise and then said, "Thank you, young Master Shin, for your help. No Wonder Mother of the All Heavens Palace is cooperating with you. It's just a small matter." Shenxiang smiled and said, "Little sister, quickly go and help them." The little sister immediately rushed over. With her participation, the situation at the scene quickly changed. The All Heavens Palace and Skyless Divine Palace also sent people to help, but they were all intercepted by Shenxiang and Long Shui. Chapter 42:20. Other than Shenxiang, everyone turned pale with fright, because they could feel an incomparably ruthless killing intent rushing down from the sky, forming an oppressive pressure that caused one's soul to tremble. Shenxiang was not afraid, because he knew that Bai Hu's divine weapon was definitely an item with a monstrous killing intent. This was the aura that Bai Hu's divine weapon should have. Even if it had turned blood red now, it was still very normal. This meant that the killing intent of Bai Hu's divine weapon had already pierced through space and arrived. Although Bai Hu's divine weapon had yet to appear in the sacred domain, the killing intent it released had already dyed the entire tiger head phantom red. At this moment, it was as if there was a star hanging in the sky that was emitting a blood-colored tiger head phantom. The blood-colored star in the middle of the day had an even stronger killing intent, as if a natural disaster had descended upon the world. It was enveloped in this aura, causing people to feel that an endless slaughter was about to arrive. Just how much has this, Bai Hu's divine weapon, evolved into? It's actually so terrifying. Shenxiang only knew that Bai Hu's war clan had reforged Bai Hu's divine weapon. Originally, Bai Hu's divine weapon was reforged by the women of the 100 Flowers world. After many years, it was brought to the sacred domain by the late stage of the 6 realms mirrors to fight everywhere, and it was also refined by the Tao Creation Divine Lord. Therefore, the current 4 symbols divine weapon was no longer what the girls of the 100 Flowers world were familiar with. This isn't Bai Hu's divine weapon. It's too terrifying, too evil, too savage. Long Shui muttered. She was very familiar with Bai Hu's divine weapon. Back then, when the girls of the 100 Flowers world refined it, she had also used it. In addition to the memories of Shenxiang in her soul subconscious, she also had a special feeling towards Bai Hu's divine weapon. Now that Bai Hu's divine weapon was about to see the light of day again, she was not familiar with it. In addition, the 4 symbols' heavenly weapons were later known as peerless weapons. Therefore, Long Shui could not help but worry when he felt the strong, murderous aura. Only the green dragon demon, Slayer, felt familiar to her. Actually, the main reason for the green dragon demon Slayer was that the dragon's soul blade soul wasn't complete yet. If the dragon's soul blade soul was complete, it would definitely evolve to the point where she wouldn't be able to recognize it. After the green dragon demon Slayer's dragon soul blade soul was complete, it was the strongest of the 4 symbols' mystical weapons. After all, it was a dragon soul blade soul formed from the slaughter crimson dragon soul. The slaughtering scarlet dragon ate that pellet, which led to the birth of the world-defying stage. Therefore, the slaughtering scarlet dragon had the power to split the heavens and earth, which was extremely terrifying. Sister Shui, this is Bai Hu's divine weapon. because it later fell into the hands of the Baihu battle clan. They refined the Baihu divine weapon again. Xinxiang said, "It's normal that you don't feel familiar with it now. Is that so? So that's how it is. If the Baihu battle clan had refined it again, then they would definitely have refined it again. No wonder I felt that it was so unfamiliar." Long Shui nodded. Xinxiang, on the other hand, felt that it was not as simple as the Baihu battle clan refining it again. Maybe the Baihu battle clan had even borrowed the power of the laws of the world-defying stage universe to refine it, which was why the Baihu divine weapon had undergone such an earth-shattering change. Just as Xinxiang and the others were focused on the blood-colored tiger head image, Xinxiang suddenly felt a very gentle but extremely powerful aura approaching. It was the palace mistress of the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Palace. "Mistress!" A little sister from the Heavenly Mother Soul race shouted out and immediately rushed over to hug the palace mistress. Their relationship was very good. The other girls also surrounded him. They were all very close to the palace mistress. Xinxiang could not see her appearance. She was also wearing a mask. However, she was not wearing white clothes. Instead, she was wearing a golden dress. Her face was also golden. "Mistress, this young Master Xin has a special communication talisman from the mother of the Tian clan," a little sister said. "Young Master Xin? You are Xinxiang?" The palace mistress of the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace stared at Xinxiang's face and seemed to be extremely shocked. You've changed so much. Why are you a youth? Do we know each other?" Xinxiang was a little surprised. "Why do we need to know each other when we meet? Young Master Xin, to be able to see you after so many years, it seems like we are truly fated." The palace mistress of the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace said gently, "Elder sister, who exactly are you?" Xinxiang was extremely curious now. A woman had once known him, but he couldn't remember. "I won't tell you." This palace mistress seemed to be a little mischievous as she chuckled. "Young Master Xin, you have many beauties by your side. It's normal for you to not remember me. However, to be able to see your young appearance, it's really interesting." Xinxiang really wanted to go over and take off her mask to see which mischievous girl this was. Right now he was extremely vexed. Some of the girls he knew didn't seem to be in the 100 Flowers world. Chapter 42:21. Sister Shui, protect young Master Xin well. All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace have 2 peak Saint Kings. If they were to fight, the commotion would be huge and it would hurt him. The mistress of Heavenly Palace anxiously said to Long Shui. Long Shui did not say much. She grabbed Xinxiang and flew into the sky. When she flew up, there were also 2 extremely huge balls of energy in the distance that rushed into the air, chasing after Long Shui and the others. After Long Shui discovered it, she immediately roared towards the ground. 2 overlapping dragon roars could be heard, and like thunder, they rushed downwards and dispersed the 2 balls of energy. Xinxiang discovered that this was somewhat similar to the Azure Dragon roar. It could be seen that she had also studied the Azure Dragon Divine Kung Fu before, and then improved it to suit her own use. High up in the sky, they were temporarily safe because it was difficult for the people underground to detect them. Even if they did, it would be difficult for them to attack because they were still very agile in the air. Xinxiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and then grew bigger. This thing can actually fly in the sacred domain. Long Shui also found it unbelievable. Of course, she recognized that this was the 6 realms mirrors. Xue Xianxian and the others had told her before that Xinxiang had the 6 realms mirrors in his hands, and she knew that the 6 realms mirrors was very strong. However, she was not particularly familiar with the 6 realms mirrors. Instead, she was very familiar with the Green Dragon Demon Slayer because she had used it before. Of course it can fly. This thing is very powerful. Xinxiang said, Then Xinxiang asked his sister Xiao Jing to lock onto the mistress of Heavenly Palace below. He wanted her to investigate the aura of this mysterious palace master and see if he knew her. Long Shui laid on the edge of the 6 realms mirrors. Looking at the battle below, she exclaimed, "That big sister palace master is so powerful. She should be stronger than me. If I didn't borrow your blade, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to beat her. She's at the peak Saint King realm. To be able to fight against 2 peak Saint Kings by himself, he is indeed powerful." Shan Xiang could also clearly see the battle below. The Heavenly Mother, Temple Master, held 2 swords in her hands. Not only did she have to face 2 peak Saint Kings, but she also had to face several other Saint Kings. Elder Sister Palace Master may not be a Saint King. With her strength, she may have just stepped into the Saint Venerable realm. Long Shui frowned and said, "Who is she? Do I know her too? I feel like she's very close to me." Xinxiang also wanted to know. He was patiently waiting for the results of Sister Xiao Jing's investigation. The battle below was very intense. Although there were only a dozen or so women from Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace, they were able to block the attacks of dozens of people and even had the upper hand. "Little Sister Xiao Jing, do you have any results?" Shan Xiang asked. He couldn't wait to know who the Qianmu Palace mistress was. "No. If you've met each other before, and I don't have any records of the relevant soul characteristics, it means that she knew her brother before you got the 6 realms mirrors." Little Sister Xiao Jing said there were a few women that Shan Xiang knew before he obtained the 6 realms mirrors. In other words, he had a short contact with this Tianmu Palace mistress before, but they never met again. Therefore, when he obtained the 6 realms mirrors later on, he did not record the characteristics of this woman's soul. If that was really the case, then Shen Xiang would be able to eliminate a lot of women, because after he obtained the 6 realms mirrors, he'd gotten to know a lot of women, so they could all be eliminated. Even if Shen Xiang knew this, it would be difficult for him to remember who it was at this moment. After all, it was too long ago. The time before he obtained the 6 realms mirrors was very far away from now, because he had experienced it again after that. There were many things. "I really can't remember who he is." Xinxiang was very distressed and sighed. "Sister Shui, why do you feel that she is familiar?" "I don't know. Listening to her voice, I feel that she is quite familiar. Maybe I've never seen her before because she treats me well," Long Shui said. "All right." Shen Xiang held the shrunken green dragon demon slayer in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. If the woman from the Tianmu Sacred Palace could not beat him, then Shen Xiang would have to help. And from the looks of it, the Tianmu Sacred Palace was very strong, and the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace could not do anything to them. "Younger brother Shin, it seems that we don't have to worry anymore. This big sister Asgard mistress is too strong. The All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace are no match for her." Long Shui also wanted to make a move. "The fellows from the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace are not the strongest. We must be vigilant." Xinxiang said. The one from the Tianmu Sacred Palace was the Asgard mistress. How could she not be strong? However, the strongest group of the All-Heaven Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace did not seem to have appeared. The elders that had appeared now might only be in the 2nd echelon. Chapter 42:22. Shen Xiang did not approach the tiger head virtual image. Instead, he circled around it, allowing the 6 realms mirrors to investigate the situation below the tiger head virtual image. If he wanted to fight for the Tiger Clan's divine treasure, then he had to be in the most advantageous position from the beginning. If he couldn't fly, then under the tiger head virtual image would be the most advantageous position. These guys should be sure that this is by whose divine weapon. Shin Xiang was very anxious at the moment. He had to find the hidden people in advance. Otherwise, if they suddenly attacked, they might really be able to take away by whose divine weapon. The million-strong army of the god Hornbeast clan had once appeared here, but they were suddenly annihilated. All Heaven's Palace and Skyless Divine Palace, they knew more about the Baihu Battle Clan, so they thought that this might be the blood sacrifice for the Baihu Battle Clan to summon Baihu's divine weapon. Little sister, little mirror, explore deeper. Shen Xiang transmitted to little sister, little mirror. The 6 realms mirrors crazily absorbed a large number of heavenly jewels and then poured divine sense into the depths of the ground. The divine mirror itself could release a special divine sense, and together with Shen Xiang's divine sense, it could drill deeper into the ground. Not long after, for spots of light appeared in the 6 realms mirrors. Good heavens, there are still 4 people hiding below. Long Shui saw the mirror surface of the 6 realms mirrors flashing with 4 spots of light, and right below the tiger head virtual image, she immediately confirmed that someone was hiding very deeply. We have to tell Big Sister Palace Master immediately. Xin Xiang said, let's fly over, and then I'll remind her. Long Shui said, do you use divine sense to transmit sound? Xin Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly above the battlefield. Their battle is too intense and their movement speed is too fast. It's difficult to use divine sense to transmit sound. Xin Xiang tried but could only give up. Tianmu Palace Master was fighting with several Saint King realm cultivators. She needed to frequently move at high speed to deal with these people or avoid their attacks. Watch me. As Long Shui spoke, she roared towards the ground. She roared out in a very profound dragon language. In Draconic, he heard what sounded like a deep dragon's roar, but there were also many incantation-like notes. After she finished shouting, Timu Palace Mistress and the dozen or so little sisters immediately stopped fighting and gathered together to form a formation to block the attacks of the dozens of people. How did they understand? Shen Xiang asked in surprise, do they understand your dragon language? My draconic language allows those who know me to understand what I mean. Long Shui smiled and said, they all know me, so they can understand. I know you too. Why can't I understand? Shen Xiang was very puzzled. Because you're a man. Only a woman who knows me can understand this special dragon language of mine. Long Shui giggled and said, I know a lot of dragon language. I also have dragon language that you can understand. Really? Then tell me about it and let me feel what it feels like. Xin Xiang said, sure, give me a bowl of fried beef and I'll say it to you. Long Shui smiled. Xin Xiang rolled his eyes at her, then looked down at the situation below. Tell Big Sister Palace Mistress and the others to stop fighting. Wait a moment, I will control the 6 realms mirrors to fly down and pass by them. Let them jump up and we will hide in the air and wait for the Tiger Clan's divine treasure to come out. Xin Xiang said, all right. Long Shui immediately said a string of dragon language. After she finished speaking, she said to Xin Xiang, you can fly down now. Shan Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to become much bigger, enough for 20 people to stand on. The 6 realms mirrors immediately descended and flew behind the women of the Tianmu Sacred Palace at a more suitable speed. Their reactions were also very fast. They immediately jumped up and released waves of Daoyuan holy power at the same time to disperse the attacks of the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. After the Tianmu Palace mistress jumped up, she was secretly shocked because she did not know what this was. Chapter 42:23. Fortunately, Shen Xiang and the others were in the sky. Otherwise, the explosion just now would have severely injured the women of the Tianmu Sacred Palace. Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was not only a flying magic treasure, it had released a very strong shield to block the energy that had erupted from below. If it was the ordinary flying magic treasure from before, they would have been blown away by the shock wave. Quickly, look where the Tiger Clan's divine treasure is. Long Shui was more worried. If not for Xin Xiang holding her back, she might have already rushed out. She really did not want Baihu's divine weapon to fall into the hands of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace. One had to know that when the divine horned beast clan attacked the 100 Flowers world, it was the All Heavens Palace who sent them. At that time, they had used Baihu's divine weapon to defend. If this divine weapon fell into the hands of the All Heavens Palace, it would be a huge blow to them. Don't worry, it's not that easy to obtain the Tiger Clan's divine treasure. Although Shen Xiang said so, he was still very worried. If it fell into the hands of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace, it would be very difficult to take it back. After all, the 4 holy elders that came were all very powerful. With Shen Xiang's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against them. If Baihu's divine weapon fell into their hands, as time passed, it might be sealed or destroyed by them. Mo-ing, go in and take a look. Shen Xiang let the Mo-ing divine soul fly over. The Mo-ing divine soul was a special soul state, and it was very difficult to discover him. It was the safest to have him investigate. Through the 6 realms mirrors, Shen Xiang could find out the location of the 4 holy elders. The strongest person in the Tianmu Sacred Palace was the Palace Master. With her own strength, it would be very difficult for her to fight against the 4 holy elders. And Shen Xiang's poison was definitely not of much use against the holy elders. Then, Shen Xiang could not openly come with them. Shen Xiang did not expect that summoning the Baihu divine weapon would cause so much trouble. All the forces came so quickly, and summoning the Baihu divine weapon would take such a long time. If you really want to snatch it, I can go and take it. Tianmu Palace Master said. I can do it too. Long Shui said, Little brother Shin, when the time comes, lend me your blade. If it really comes to that, this is the only way. Shen Xiang nodded. Soon, the demonic shadow divine soul returned from below. At this moment, the ground was filled with a blood-red energy mist, and it was very dense. It completely blocked Shen Xiang and the others from exploring, so they had to go in personally to know what was below. Young Master Shin, the Tiger Clan's divine treasure, is a long box. The demonic shadow divine soul said, According to the shape of the box, it is very likely that there is a short sword in it. Short sword? Shen Xiang was a little confused. Baihu's divine weapon was a short sword? I'm just guessing. I didn't see anything inside, so I can't be sure. The demonic shadow divine soul said, All right, what is the state of the box now? Shen Xiang could roughly guess where it was, and then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to slowly descend. It's in the middle. The demonic shadow divine soul said there is a huge crater below. That box is in the middle of the crater. The other 4 holy saints have yet to go over. When Shen Xiang found out about the situation, he immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to quickly descend. If they were fast enough, then they would be the first to obtain the box. At that time, they would just need to fly away. However, the 4 holy saints were not to be trifled with either. Although they did not rush in immediately, they knew that time was of the essence and immediately rushed in as well. The 6 realms mirrors descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed, directly landing on top of the box. Shen Xiang immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to operate and suck the box in. Boom! 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 It was also at this time that 4 powerful divine artifacts attacked. They were all divine-level weapons like swords and sabers, condensing the power of the Holy Saint realm, fiercely charging over from afar. Although the 6 realms mirrors had a shield, its defense was still limited. After being struck by the 4 divine weapons, a powerful energy surged in. Chapter 42:24. The 6 realms mirrors sped up and flew away with the 4 divine artifacts. After distancing themselves from the 4 holy sovereigns, the 4 swords were kept inside the 6 realms mirrors. We succeeded? A little sister felt that it was inconceivable. Her injuries were not light, and her voice was weak. Yes. The Tiger Clan's divine treasure did not fall into the hands of those fellows. It's all thanks to young Master Shin's flying magic treasure. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress laughed. That's great. There's no danger. Those guys should be going crazy from anger. Furthermore, they will definitely think that the Tiger Clan's divine treasure has fallen into your hands. Xinxiang said, "It won't be long before they take revenge on you." "It doesn't matter. They don't know where our Tianmu sacred palace is anyway. Furthermore, they have been looking for us for more than a day or two." The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress did not care in the slightest and said confidently, "Even if those 4 holy sovereigns find our Tianmu sacred palace, they won't be able to do anything. How about this? I'll let them know that the Tiger Clan's divine treasure is in my hands, and I'll attract their attention. I'm not afraid of them anyway." Xinxiang said, "Young Master Shin, don't worry about us. Our Tianmu sacred palace has appeared today, and no one else is present. They will definitely think that the Tiger Clan's divine treasure has fallen into our hands." The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said, "You don't have to worry about dragging us down. As long as the Tiger Clan's divine treasure does not fall into their hands, it will be the best result for us. Little brother Shin, since big sister Asgard mistress has already said so, don't decline. At most, you can just make some fried meat for them to eat." Long Shui laughed. "I also put in a little effort just now. I can also eat a small bowl, right?" Xinxiang laughed involuntarily. He knew that this little gluttonous dragon knew how to seize the opportunity to eat and drink for free. "Young Master Shin, the reason why the Tiger Clan's divine treasure can appear should be because of you, right?" The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress asked. "I have a friend. She is the Baihu divine beast. It took a large amount of her blood to complete the entire sacrifice." Xinxiang nodded his head. "Ah, then your friend has already sacrifice." Tianmu Palace mistress said in shock, "I heard that Baihu's battle clan's forbidden technique requires a huge price to be paid. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete it." "Not really. It's just that her vitality is greatly damaged and she needs to recuperate," Xinxiang smiled and said. "Otherwise, with her around, it would be easier for us to obtain the divine treasures of the tiger race." "How could this be? It's different from the legends." Empress Tianmu was very puzzled. Xinxiang also felt that it was very strange. It seemed that many people knew that Baihu's battle clan's summoning technique required one to pay an extremely high price. Yet Bai Jinjin herself didn't know? He secretly suspected that the members of the Baihu battle clan didn't care about sacrificing themselves. They only needed to wait for the right time to summon the Baihu divine weapon. Fortunately, there was Xinxiang at that time, so he was able to desperately replenish Bai Jinjin's blood. Otherwise, she really would have been sacrificed. It's great to be able to fly. Tianmu Palace mistress sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors and chased after the breeze. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her tone was filled with yearning. That's right. In the past, the sacred region could fly as they pleased. Now, it's very difficult to fly. I really miss it. A little sister sighed. "Where are we going now?" Long Shui asked. "Are we going to Kanglin Sea City? We want to return to the Tianmu Sacred Palace." "Sister Shui, do you want to come with us?" "Sisters from 100 Flowers World are coming up one after another. Our Tianmu Sacred Palace will receive them well." "Tianmu Palace," Lord said. So it turned out that when 100 Flowers World came up from below, it was the Tianmu Sacred Palace who was in charge of receiving them. Xinxiang was relieved. But what about Long Jiuxiao and the others? Who was in charge of receiving them when they came to the sacred region? "Sister Mistress, can you contact the world-defying stage?" Xinxiang asked. "I want to know where the others went when they came to the sacred region. Is it Long Jiuxiao and the others?" "The Xin family is in charge of receiving them." The Tianmu Palace mistress said, "According to my understanding, the Shan family has been in contact with them during this period of time and has even reached an agreement with them. Shen family? Shin Xiang frowned. Young Master Shin, are you from the Shen family? No wonder you're so powerful. A little sister suddenly exclaimed, That makes sense. What? Shen Xiang was even more puzzled. In the sacred region and the divine realm, there is a hidden family called the Shen family. They are extremely powerful. Our Tianmu soul race has come into contact with them a few times. In short, they usually keep a low profile, as if they are aloof from worldly affairs. The Tianmu Palace mistress said, Young Master Shin, I don't know if you are related to this Shen family. What is the name of the Shen family's patriarch, or rather, the patriarch? Shin Xiang asked quickly. He had heard before that his father, Shen Tianhu, had left with the core of the Shen family a long time ago. No one knew where they had gone. Shen Xiang had previously entrusted the Tian clan's mother to help him inquire about it, because Wang Camtin had helped Shin Xiang calculate Shin Tianhu and the Shin family, and they were still there. Even the mistress in front of him knew about the Shin family, so how could the Tian clan's mother not know? In other words, the Tian clan's mother knew a few things about the Shen family, but before she figured it out, she didn't tell Shin Xiang much. I don't know the names of the core members of the Shen family. In short, we are still very surprised that the Shen family took action to receive Long Juxiao and the others from the world-defying stage. The Tianmu Palace mistress said, Perhaps this Shin family is really related to young Master Shin. Big sister mistress, young Master Shin, is obviously the young master of the Shen family. A little sister said, How can he have nothing to do with the Shen family? Chapter 42:25. Although Shen Xiang was injured before, his recovery speed was very fast, so he looked like he was fine now. As for the little sisters of the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace, they were still heavily injured. They were weak even when they spoke and needed to rest well. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress also took out some holy pellets for them to eat, which could help them recover from their injuries. Long Shui was fine. After all, she was a white dragon, and she had hidden her strength very deeply. Although she usually liked to be in the limelight and often said that she could destroy someone, in fact, she hid her strength very well. Big sister mistress, I have something to discuss with you in secret. It's about the Tian clan's mother. Shen Xiang paid attention to his surroundings, and after confirming that the small valley was very safe, he found a reason to talk to the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress alone. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress also truly believed that Shen Xiang wanted to talk to her about the Tian clan's mother in secret, so she agreed. She walked not far away and took out a small pavilion and placed it in her palm. She threw out the pavilion in her palm, and it gradually grew bigger. Let's go in and talk. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said to Shin Xiang. Long Shui seemed to want to go in as well, but when she saw that someone else wanted to talk about business, she could only wait outside. Furthermore, she had to protect these injured sisters. Young Master Shin, we will only talk about the Tian clan's mother. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress also seemed to suspect that Shen Xiang had some other motive for talking to her in secret alone. Of course, of course. Shin Xiang nodded his head repeatedly. Mother of the Tian clan said before that she wanted to come to the sacred domain to find the Heavenly Mother. The spirit race's encampment in the sacred domain should be the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace, right? Indeed, but she did not come. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said, Ah, then did she contact you? Did she say where she was going? Shin Xiang was very surprised. If the Tian clan's mother did not directly go to the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace, then what did she do? She contacted me, but I'm not too sure where she went. In short, she asked me to be in charge of receiving the sisters of the 100 Flowers world. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress said, I see. Shin Xiang nodded and said, I'm very worried that something will happen to her. I don't know what's going on with her now. Don't worry, Mother of the Heaven clan's main body is in the divine domain. Even if her avatar is harmed in the sacred domain, it won't affect her main body in the divine domain. Tianmu Palace Mistress said, "Now, in the sacred domain, I am in charge of all the matters of the Heaven Mother Soul Clan. Young Master Shin, if the Tian clan matriarch has other instructions, you can talk to me. Well, I want to know if the sanctuary has any other secrets." Shin Xiang said, "The sacred domain is so big. The 6 clans of Life Soul and your Heavenly Mother Soul clan should have a deep foundation here. However, from what I can see, your overall strength seems to be only SOSO. This involves too many things. And with young Master Shin's current strength, it's better that you don't know." Empress Tianmu gently shook her head and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling to tell you. It's just that I don't have enough authority." "Sister Palace Master, didn't you just say that? Are you in charge of the Heavenly Mother Soul Clan's affairs in the sacred region? Then tell me." Shin Xiang was indeed very curious. He always felt that the sacred domain was hiding something, because the experts he saw before were only at the Holy Venerable Realm. In the realm of the sacred domain, the Holy Venerable Realm was not the highest. There were still several realms. Also, the great Kuin Sek's grandma Kuin Min had suddenly disappeared during this period of time. This was also very mysterious. The timing was too coincidental. "Young Master Shin, if I want to reveal some secrets, I need to apply for permission from the Divine Realm." Empress Tianmu gently shook her head and said, "And the current situation is that I am unable to contact the Divine Realm at all." All right, Shan Xiang could only give up, but he felt that he would be able to find the answer very soon. "Is there anything else?" Empress Tianmu asked. "Did we really know each other in the past? Then what is our relationship?" Shin Xiang asked. "We met by chance. I was just a small character back then, so young Master Shin naturally wouldn't remember. But later, I heard many of young Master Shin's deeds and legends, and I admire young Master Shin very much." Empress Tianmu smiled and said, "Although young Master Shin's cultivation is still shallow, you're still the person I admire the most in my heart." "Is that so? We met by chance, but I always feel that you should be someone who has a good relationship with me." Shin Xiang was very curious now. "Actually, I have already died once before. After I died, I reincarnated and became a member of the Heavenly Mother Soul Clan. The one you know is just my previous life, and I have changed a lot from that time. Young Master Shin doesn't have to worry about it," Empress Tianmu said. Shin Xiang scratched his head and said, "Actually, I was more dissolute back then. I was afraid that I would owe a debt of love, so I want to know who you are." Empress Tianmu chuckled. "Is it that I think too much?" Shin Xiang said with an awkward smile. "That's not it either. When young Master Shin and I first met, we did not develop to that extent. However, I have heard a lot about young Master Shin's romantic affairs. I didn't expect them to be true." Empress Tianmu smiled mischievously. "It seems that young Master Shin is really a scumbag. To be honest, I am a good person." Shin Xiang laughed. Chapter 42-26. Young Master Shin, after your rebirth, you really changed for the better. I once heard a legend about you, describing you as an incomparably black-hearted person. Especially when it comes to business, there are very few people who have not been cheated by you. Tianmu Palace Mistress laughed. Shen Xiang carefully stared at Tianmu Palace Mistress's golden mask, trying to see through the smile under her mask, but he could not see anything. Once he had a special ability, which was to see through things, but he had never used this ability to do bad things. However, now that he had been reborn, his ability had not fully recovered. When he encountered some strong obstacles, he could not see through them. "Then what about the price I offered just now?" Shin Xiang asked. "Now, the space between the sacred domain and the divine realm is isolated. Divine weapons and divine weapons are even rarer, so naturally they cannot be valued." Tianmu Palace Mistress said, In this situation, selling divine weapons directly is a loss. They all have to be exchanged for very precious things. I don't lack any other precious things. I only lack heavenly jewels. Xinxiang said. Heavenly jewels were too important to him. They could guarantee that he could continuously use 6 realms mirrors to attack and defend, or use it to fly. 10 billion heavenly jewels for one. Tianmu Palace mistress laughed. Is that okay? Of course. Shanxiang did not even think about it and immediately agreed. He had indeed offered too little previously. Fortunately, Tianmu Palace mistress still had a conscience and did not plan to cheat him. Please wait a moment. Tianmu Palace mistress took a while before she took out 40 billion heavenly jewels from her storage magic treasure and gave it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang previously had tens of billions of heavenly jewels in his hands. But in order to fight for Baihu's divine weapon and kill the million divine horned beast army, he had used up a large amount of heavenly jewels, leaving him with only 10 billion. Now that he had obtained 40 billion, it was just enough to make up for his losses. With tens of billions of heavenly jewels in his hands, he felt at ease. But he still felt that it was not enough. Those 4 divine weapons were all from Heavenly Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. If he used them, the news would definitely spread quickly. Once the 4 Saint Sovereigns found out, they would definitely come knocking. Therefore, Xinxiang did not intend to keep it by his side, nor did he intend to let others use it. It would only bring trouble to himself. The Celestial Mother Palace needed these divine weapons. Firstly, they could stimulate the All Heavens Hall and Skyless God Palace. Secondly, they could strengthen their equipment. After the transaction, Xinxiang and Tianmu Palace Master walked out of the small pavilion. Little brother Xin, big sister is hungry. Hurry up and cook 2 bowls of meat for me to eat. When Long Shui was outside just now, he was wondering what kind of secret conversation Xinxiang would have with the Tianmu temple mistress. Long Shui had a secret conversation with Xinxiang before. Then, Xinxiang cooked a bowl of meat for her to eat. Therefore, she felt that Xinxiang must have cooked meat for Tianmu Empress to make her take off her mask and eat the meat. Okay. I'll cook it for you now. Xinxiang giggled, then took out his tools and immediately started frying. Long Shui was like a hungry kitten, squatting beside Xinxiang's stove and waiting. She had even taken off her mask. Her beautiful and exquisite face also stunned the group of big sisters. After all, she was still very beautiful. Furthermore, she was a dragon girl, so she had a special charm. No one present knew that the stove Xinxiang used to fry meat was the world-defying god furnace. The 6 clans of life soul really wanted to obtain this divine furnace. If they knew that Xinxiang was using it to fry meat, they would probably vomit blood from anger. Xinxiang also found it funny. He was a pill god of his generation, but now he was actually using his pill refining skills to fry meat. After the frying was done, Xinxiang gave Long Shui 2 big bowls, but the other big sisters didn't eat it because they had to take off their masks to eat meat. Therefore, all of them secretly swallowed their saliva, smelling the fragrant fragrance of the fried meat and watching Long Shui wolfing it down. Young Master Xin, you said that your pill refining skills are not bad. Can you let us experience it? Tianmu Palace mistress anxiously shifted her attention. Otherwise, she would also want to eat it. She really did not expect that this pill god would be so good at cooking. I don't have any good medicinal ingredients. Xinxiang said, let's wait until next time. I will prepare some pills for big sister Asgard mistress to try. If possible, we can cooperate again. Xinxiang's plan to refine pills in batches had yet to be implemented, and he needed a large number of good pill furnaces. All right, Tianmu Palace mistress nodded, then warned. Young Master Xin, you must go to a safe place to open the box of the Tiger Clan's divine treasure. You cannot open it here. It will be very dangerous. Chapter 42, 27. After snatching Baihu's divine weapon, Xinxiang realized the importance of heavenly jewels. If he didn't have enough heavenly jewels, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Xinxiang was now rushing to the great Kuan sect. Because the holy princes were heading there, he had many bodyguards by his side. However, according to Hua Gongyan's assessment, those bodyguards weren't very strong. The All Heavens, Saint Children, did not rush to the great Kuan sect. Instead, they slowed down along the way. According to the information Hua Gongyan had obtained, the All Heavens Saint Children were waiting for skyless Saintess to meet up with her on the way. This makes Xinxiang feel very surprised. It was said that the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace were at odds. However, when they fought over by whose divine weapon, they were able to work together. Now, the holy princes and the Heavenless Saintess were going to meet in secret. Xinxiang thought about it and felt that the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All Heavens Palace were planning to work together to divide the divine region. It was normal for these two factions to work together for benefits. After all, the conflict between them mainly came from the higher-ups of the divine region. Now that the divine region couldn't command them and control everything in the divine region, they had to think about their own interests. If the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless Divine Palace fought to the death in the divine region, it would only make the other factions sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Moreover, during the period of time when they were fighting, if a huge monster rose up, the status of these two giants would definitely be shaken. For example, there was the Heavenly Mother Palace now, and the Great Kuan sect was also one of the factions that could grow. Boss Shin, you'd better act before the Heavenless Saintess arrives. To be honest, if the Heavenless Saintess arrives, we're basically done for. Hua Gongyan transmitted to Xinxiang. The Heavenless Saintess didn't come alone. She brought a lot of people with her. I got it. I'll be there soon. Xinxiang could see that Hua Gongyan was very anxious for this operation to go smoothly. This was because as long as this operation was successful, he could leave the All Heavens Palace and live a carefree life in the divine region for a long time. I say, young Master Shin, how much longer until we arrive? It's so boring on the road. Why don't you cook something delicious to pass the time? Long Shui was still thinking about Xinxiang's dishes. There's no hurry. We'll have a feast after we take down the chosen of the All Heavens, Xinxiang said with a smile. As long as they captured the Saint Child of the All Heavens, they would be able to earn a large sum of heavenly jewels. They had to hold a celebratory feast. Along the way, Hua Gongyan told Xinxiang where they were. Because Xinxiang was flying in the air, his speed was very fast. He was able to see the shape of the giant mountains described by Hua Gongyan. From this, he was able to determine the path that Hua Gongyan was going to take. There were many mountain paths from Kanglin Sea City to Great Kuan Sect. One had to cross mountains and ridges. Furthermore, the All Heaven Saints would not take a specially open path for safety reasons. Sister Shui, our target is near that sharp mountain in front of us. Xinxiang said, we want to capture someone. After we capture him, we can threaten the All Heavens Palace to give us a lot of good things. Can we really threaten the All Heavens Palace to give us something? How valuable can a guy that we can capture so easily be? Long Shui was doubtful. He must be valuable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the chosen of the All Heavens, Xinxiang said. This chosen of the All Heavens Saints must be extraordinary. Although Xinxiang said so, he was not confident. How much would the All Heavens Palace pay for a chosen of the All Heavens Saints? In his opinion, the chosen of the All Heavens Saints must be very talented. However, it should not be difficult to find someone with such talent in the sacred region. All right, let's capture him first, Long Shui said. As long as it was going against the All Heavens Palace, Long Shui was willing. He was willing to do it. The chosen of the All Heavens Saints was sitting on a very luxurious palanquin. The palanquin was carried by a dozen 3-meter-tall giants. They were indeed very slow. It was obvious that they were waiting for someone as they walked. Hua Gangyan and the others, who were in the Saint King realm, could only follow at the side. They were not qualified to enter the palanquin. There were a total of 4 Saint King realm experts protecting the chosen of the all-heaven saints. This was a very luxurious lineup. It was very ostentatious to have 4 Saint King realm followers, even if they had just stepped into the Saint King realm. Xinxiang and Long Shui began to discuss the situation on the divine mirror of 6 paths after investigating the situation from high up in the sky. Sister Shui, there's a guy who is our informant. Don't hurt him. Xinxiang said, that won't do. If we don't hurt him, he will be discovered. It won't do him any good. Long Shui said, in order to not be suspected, it's best to seriously injure him. Come, which one is our informant? I'll take care of him. Chapter 42:28. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably domineering world-defying stage Dragon Emperor was like a little glutton, happily gnawing on the sweet red fruit. So delicious! This is the first time I've eaten a decent fruit after being in the sacred region for so long. Long Shui praised as he ate. Didn't those big sisters from the Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace give you anything delicious? Xinxiang laughed. Their Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace shouldn't be lacking in this kind of holy fruit, right? Of course they gave it to me, but it's not as delicious as yours. Furthermore, their holy fruits are all shriveled up, they don't have much water, and they're not sweet enough. Long Shui complained. It's not that they didn't take out anything good to entertain me. They said that the holy fruits of the sacred region are all about the same. Actually, Long Shui's mouth was too picky. She had eaten a lot of good things in the past, especially fruits which were specially cultivated in the 100 Flowers world and tasted very good. Coming to the sacred region, if it wasn't carefully selected, it would be very difficult to satisfy her taste. But Xinxiang's holy fruit was naturally different. First, it was watered with the lifeless dewdrops. Then it grew inside the 6 realms mirrors. The things that were grown in the 6 realms mirrors were naturally very different. The 6 realms mirrors itself was very mysterious, and the little sister Xiao Jing seemed to have a lot of experience in growing plants. After Long Shui finished eating one, Xinxiang gave her another type of sweet and sour green fruit. She also ate it sourly but still praised it incessantly. It was also because she was not on guard in front of Xinxiang that she displayed her original appearance. The main reason was that she did not know why she could be so relaxed in front of Xinxiang. Even before this, in front of the big sisters of the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace, she had maintained the demeanor of a domineering big sister. Little brother Xin, it's so good to follow you. No wonder Sister Xian and the others always said how good you are. Even Sister you said how good you are. It seems like you gave them a lot of delicious food. Long Shui laughed. When I go back, I will also say that you are very good. That's not necessary. Xinxiang laughed. At this time, the 6 realms mirrors was already flying away from the battlefield. He did not plan to attack the Heavenless Saintess, who knew how many experts she had brought with her. Moreover, the Heavenless Saintess would definitely flee if something happened to the saints. Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors landed on a tall mountain peak. The place he was at was not too far away from the great Kuan sect. Boss Hua, how is your current situation? Xinxiang contacted Hua Gangyan using the communication talisman and asked, Thank goodness I'm not dead. Hua Gangyan's voice through the communication talisman was relatively gentle. He said, Your friend showed mercy. Otherwise, we would all be finished. He naturally saw that there was another old man who had his heart ripped out. That was a very serious injury. Then when can we meet now? Xinxiang asked, That's right. How can I contact the All Heavens Hall? How can I ask them for a price? There's no rush. You can also return to the great Kuan sect now. Hua Gingyan said, As far as I know, the Hall Master of the All Heavens Hall will come to the Saint Profound Star. At that time, I will see how important the Holy Son of the All Heavens Hall is to them. Then, I will decide what price to offer. Then, how long do you have to be careful? Don't let them find out that you're a spy. Shin Xiang warned. Don't worry, Boss Shin. I will be very careful. Hua Gangyan was also very happy because he had also been severely injured. Naturally, he would not be suspected. There was also one more thing. He was worried that Shen Xiang would kill him and take everything for himself. However, he could tell that Shen Xiang did not have such thoughts. This meant that Shen Xiang wanted to cooperate with him for a long time. Little brother Shin is your friend, all right? I was a little heavy-handed, but that's all. I just pulled out his heart. Long Shui laughed. He's the one with the heaviest injuries. This way, no one will suspect that he's a spy. Ah, you deliberately pulled out one of their hearts? Shin Xiang said in shock. That's right. I already said that you have to take care of your friend, in order to prevent him from being suspected. Long Shui nodded. Shen Xiang was secretly happy for Hua Gangyan, but he managed to escape. Sister Shui, let's go to the Great Kuan sect. Oh, right, after entering the Great Kuan sect, you have to keep a low profile. Shin Xiang said. In that place, you can't act recklessly. I'll listen to you. When we get to the Great Kuan sect, can we have a celebratory feast? Long Shui said while giggling. Of course. Furthermore, I have a little sister in the Great Kuan sect. When the time comes, we'll eat together. Shin Xiang laughed. Bai Zhenjin was sleeping inside the Six Realms mirrors. Inside the Six Realms mirrors, there was a special space where one could recover very quickly while resting inside. This time, Bai Zhenjin's vitality was indeed greatly injured. Fortunately, she had the Six Realms mirrors to help her recover. Otherwise, she would have to sleep for many years before she could recover. Shen Xiang reckoned that Bai Zhenjin would wake up a few days after returning to the Great Kuan sect. At that time, he would be able to meet Long Shui. He didn't know if Long Shui still remembered her. Chapter 42:29. Shen Xiang asked the divine Horn Saint Sun, who was possessed by the demon Shadow's divine soul, to meet with the Heavenless Saintess to see if there was any important information to gather. The Heavenless Saintess seemed to be in a hurry to meet the divine Horn Saint Sun. She directly arranged to meet at the Heavenly Fortune restaurant in the Great Kuan Gate Market. At night, Long Shui and Ku Yameng were resting together, while Shin Xiang was alone in his room, waiting for news from the Demon Shadow's divine soul. In the middle of the night, the Demon Shadow's divine soul came to the St. Dan Institute to find Shin Xiang. Where's the divine Horn Saint Sun's body? Shin Xiang asked. The Demon Shadow's divine soul came directly in his soul form. He's dead. He was killed by the Heavenless Saintess. The Demon Shadow's divine soul said, They asked me to meet in the secret room of the Heavenly Fortune restaurant. I just entered and was killed before I could say anything. In that case, they want to frame the Great Kuan sect for this matter. After all, the divine Horn Saint Sun died in the Great Kuan sect. Then the divine Horn Beast clan has a reason to act, Shin Xiang said. That's right. This group of Saint Sons and Saintess gathered at the Great Kuan sect to find an excuse for the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace to attack the Great Kuan sect. The Demon Shadow's divine soul said, Guess who among the people who attacked me at the same time? Shin Xiang closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, Fu Yuya. Yes, Fu Yuya and Ku Qiurong are both there. The Demon Shadow's divine soul said, Young Master Shin, the younger generation of the Great Kuan sect has been bribed. I think many of the older generation of the Great Kuan sect have been infiltrated as well. The St. Dan Institute and the Rune Institute shouldn't have been infiltrated yet, right? Shin Xiang frowned and said, Is the Combat Institute the most thoroughly infiltrated? The current situation is not optimistic. The Demon Shadow's divine soul said, Why did they choose the divine Horn Saint Sun? Oh, right. Did the Azure Billow Saint Sun make a move? Xinxiang asked. The Azure Billow Saint Sun also made a move. The demonic shadow divine soul nodded and said, according to their conversation, they chose the Divine Horn Saint mainly because the Divine Horn Beast clan is the most reckless. It was indeed not bad. Previously, he had only lured them a little, and they had sent out 1,000,000 troops, wanting to capture Baihu by themselves. That was why they had been tricked by Xinxiang. Now that they had lost 1,000,000 soldiers, and their saint had died in the Great Kuan sect, they would definitely come for revenge. Next, the Great Kuan sect would wage war against the God Horn Beast clan. As long as the Great Kuan sect was depleted, the All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace would not need to use much strength to take down the Great Kuan sect. If the Great Kuan sect was hiding a powerful force, the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace would be able to see through this. Now that the Great Kuan sect had displayed sufficient strength, the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace would have to think of another way. This time, it was to test the Great Kuan sect. Young Master Shin, Great Kuan sect is a huge quagmire. The Combat Academy has already been infiltrated. Even though the Sacred Elixir Academy and the Rune Academy are powerful, they will still be destroyed in the face of so many spies, the Spectre said. I know, but the Great Kuan sect is very important in the Saint Xian star. Xinxiang more or less wanted to secretly control the Great Kuan sect. This way, Long Jiuxiao and the others would have a good place to stay when they came to the Saint Xian star in the future. It was late at night, but someone suddenly came to look for Xinxiang. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to enter the Sacred Elixir Academy in the middle of the night. However, the person who came was Fu Yuanyuan, Xinxiang's friend. Therefore, she was brought to Xinxiang's residence. Fu Yuanyuan was also a member of the Combat Academy. She must have something urgent to come here in the middle of the night. After entering the room, Fu Yuanyuan hurriedly closed the door and whispered, Young Master Shin, is it safe here? Of course it's safe. What's wrong? Xinxiang asked. I'm worried that my news will be leaked. After Fu Yuanyuan finished speaking, she hurriedly set up all kinds of barriers. She was dressed very covertly. She wore armor inside and a black robe outside. She wore a mask and looked like a burly man. What's the matter? Xinxiang asked. Sect Master is dead, Fu Yuanyuan said. What? This news was too shocking, causing Xinxiang to not dare believe it. In his opinion, the Great Kuan Sect Master was a pretty good person. Previously, he had even gone to his place with Wang Tianwen to chat with him. Chapter 4230. Du Hai did not immediately leave the Sacred Dan Academy, because he knew that the Sacred Dan Academy was being watched very closely, so he could only use the communication talisman to contact Wang Tianwen. Xinxiang was also waiting at the side. After that, he also took out the communication talisman and secretly contacted Wang Tian. Wang Tianwen was the principal of the Rune Academy and was also very strong. In addition to the runes and equipment they possessed, as well as the holy talisman, they were all very important to the entire Great Kuan sect. Therefore, the Rune Academy was also being watched closely. If Wang Tianwen made any moves, he would definitely be noticed. Xinxiang also hoped that Wang Tianwen could calm down a little. After all, the entire Rune Academy was filled with a group of irritable people, especially Wang Tianwen. However, Xinxiang was unable to contact Wang Tianwen. Grandpa Du, has Principal Wang replied to you? Xinxiang asked as he looked at Du Hai. No. Du Hai shook his head. Could it be that old Wang has fallen? Or did he betray the Great Kuan sect as well? That's impossible. With his personality, he won't give in so easily. Xinxiang had not interacted with Wang Tianwen for long, but he could feel that Wang Tianwen was a very upright person. However, it was possible for him to betray the Great Kuan sect. After all, everyone had their weaknesses. If Wang Tianwen had family members that were threatened or something, it would be hard to say. Grandpa, do. I'll go take a look. Xinxiang said, You must stay in the Sacred Dan Academy. You must be the one overseeing this place. Du Hai hurriedly pulled Xinxiang back and said, You can't go. Your cultivation is too low. Who knows what's going on over there? I have bodyguards. Xinxiang laughed. Your grandpa Du. Do you still remember that I had a white dragon by my side back then? I heard from Yanyao, that girl. Could it be? She's in the Sacred Dan Academy? Du Hai said in shock. Yes, I brought her here. Xinxiang chuckled. With her protecting me, nothing will happen. Du Hai did not know what cultivation level Long Shui was at, but knowing that it was a white dragon, he was relieved. After all, dragons were very strong. Xinxiang called Long Shui over immediately and asked her not to tell Ku Yameng and Fu Yuan before heading to the Rune Academy. Xinxiang had already sent out his demonic shadow divine soul to investigate the surroundings and confirmed that there were many people hiding outside the Sacred Dan Academy. Just as he had guessed, there was already internal strife within the Great Kun sect. Judging from their current actions, they wanted to peacefully take down the Sacred Pill Institution and Rune Institute. In the middle of the night, Xinxiang used the Divine Mirror of Six Paths to conceal himself and flew out of the Sacred Dan Institute with Long Shui, heading towards the Rune Academy. Little brother Xin, I smell a very strong conspiracy. Is there going to be a big battle? Long Shui looked very excited because they could fight. I don't know yet. Xinxiang wasn't sure if he could stabilize the situation into Kun sect. The demonic shadow divine soul was the first to arrive at the Rune Academy. It was very calm there, but all the protective barriers had been opened. The defensive barrier of the Rune Academy was extremely powerful, and it was very difficult to forcefully attack it. Outside the Rune Academy, there were also many people hidden. Xinxiang had the purple gold jade token of the Rune Academy in his hands. Inside this jade token, there was a map hidden. Xinxiang sent his consciousness into the purple gold jade token and saw the map. Then he saw a secret passage. To become a purple gold jade token disciple of the Rune Academy, one had to be recognized by the upper echelons of the Rune Academy. One had to sign an oath to not betray the Rune Academy. That was why there was such a secret inside the purple gold jade token. The passageway was extremely hidden and connected to a lake not far away. Xinxiang controlled the divine mirror of six paths and quietly dived into the lake. Then he used the purple gold jade token to open the door to the secret passage in the depths of the lake. Little brother Xin, what exactly are we doing sneaking around? It looks so exciting. Long Shui's intuition was extremely sharp. He had already sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the Great Kun sect. As Xinxiang walked, he informed Long Shui about the situation in the Great Kun sect. Ayaya, this all-heaven palace and heavenless divine palace really know how to cause trouble. After Long Shui heard this, he laughed. As expected of the world-defying stage Dragon Emperor. Wherever I go, there will be a storm. Since this Dragon Emperor has encountered this matter, I will definitely stop their shocking scheme. Sister Xue, how do you plan to stop them? Xinxiang asked. It's very simple. First, we'll capture those holy sons and holy daughters and beat them up. Then, we'll capture the traitors of the Great Kun sect and torture them to death. Long Shui said very casually, At most, it'll take 3 days to deal with them. Chapter 40, 231. Long Shui couldn't help but admire Xinxiang. The poison that looked terrifying in her eyes was actually cured so quickly. Back then, when she was in the 100 Flowers world, she had heard from Yen Xilin and the others that Xinxiang's poison skills were extremely impressive, but at that time, she did not have any concept of it. Old Wang, who poisoned you? Xinxiang asked. This poison is very powerful. The poison contains the power of the realm of the gods. It's all the bastards from the punishment institution. They're the ones who came here to cause trouble. Wang Tianwen cursed in a low voice, and then began to talk about how they were poisoned. After Xinxiang heard this, he did not expect the punishment institution to be so crazy as to actually use people to self-destruct and poison them. The punishment institution sent a few people over, saying that they wanted to announce an important punishment and that they wanted everyone from the Rune Academy to gather in this hall. After everyone had gathered, the few people from the punishment institution suddenly exploded. Poisonous blood and body fragments splattered all over the hall, and a large amount of poisonous gas drifted out. Those with insufficient cultivation were quickly poisoned. Wang Tianwen and the other old fellows had to risk their lives to help everyone stabilize and suppress the poison in their bodies. At the same time, they had to activate the Great Formation, and then they fell into a deep sleep, taking a gamble to see if anyone would come to save them. If Shan Xiang did not come, even the Sacred Dan Institute would not be able to cure them in a short period of time. The group of people from the Rune Academy were indeed very strong. The mole in the Great Kuan sect knew that he could not bribe them, so he could only exterminate them. Then the Sacred Dan Institute would be in trouble. Xinxiang immediately used the communication talisman to contact Du Hai from the Sacred Dan Institute, telling him to be on guard. When Du Hai found out about the situation in the Rune Academy, he was also very worried and wanted to rush over to take a look. After all, there were so many people poisoned. But Xinxiang told them not to come over for the time being, because the Sacred Dan Institute might suffer the same fate very soon. The poison in your bodies has not been completely cured. I only used another type of poison to devour the poison in your bodies. You still need to eat my special antidote pill to be completely cured, Xinxiang said. Xinxiang took out the antidote pill and had Long Shui distribute it. After everyone finished eating, their complexions recovered a lot, but they were still very weak. They still needed a long time to recuperate. The Sacred Dan Institute has a large number of pills that can help everyone recover. However, it's a bit difficult to go to the Sacred Dan Institute from here. Xinxiang said, I can only transfer everyone to the Sacred Dan Institute one by one. Little Xin, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Our Rune Academy has a teleportation room. As long as you bring a teleportation array disc to the Sacred Dan Academy, we will be able to connect to the Sacred Dan Academy. Wang Tianwen laughed. Sacred Dan Institute is so small, and our group is very noisy. I'm afraid of disturbing their rest. This is good. Shanxiang nodded and said, Currently, those traitors still don't know about the situation in the Runic Pattern Academy, and they think that the Runic Pattern Academy has fallen. Then we'll beat them at their own game and catch them off guard. That's exactly what I was thinking. Once we've recovered, we'll go and overturn those trash from the punishment institution. Wang Tianwen said angrily. They had never thought that they would be schemed against by their own people. If not for Xinxiang's timely arrival, they would have been finished. Xinxiang obtained an array disc from Wang Tianwen, and then quietly returned to the Sacred Dan Institute. Inside and outside the Sacred Dan Institute, it was calm and peaceful in the middle of the night. Those who were lurking outside the Sacred Dan Institute had yet to make any moves. Du Hai arranged for Yu Dandan to bring the recovery sacred pills to the Rune Academy through the array disc and distribute them to the people of the Rune Academy. At the same time, Du Hai activated the strongest barrier of the Sacred Dan Institute. Open. After this barrier, if one wanted to enter the Sacred Dan Institute, Du Hai would have to open the door to enter. Otherwise, they would have to forcefully attack the barrier. On the streets of the Great Kuan sect, news quickly spread that the Divine Corner Holy Sun had been killed. Furthermore, it was done by Xinxiang of the Sacred Dan Institute. When Xinxiang heard this news, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The death of the Divine Corner Holy Sun was really related to him. He didn't expect that in the end he would still be involved. After that, news spread that the sect master of the Great Kuan sect wanted to capture Xinxiang, but was resisted by the dean of the Sacred Dan Institute. In the end, the sect master of the Great Kuan sect was killed. The punishment institution also issued a warning to the Rune Academy that was protecting Xinxiang. However, the people they sent out were all killed by the people of the Rune Academy. Once this news spread, the entire Great Kuan sect was in chaos. In the Great Kuan sect, the academy with the most disciples was naturally the Combat Academy. The main forces of the major families were also outside of the Rune Academy and the Sacred Dan Institute. Chapter 40-232. Ku Yuanfei was also in the Sacred Pill Institute. If he was outside, he would probably be dead by now. Now that he knew the situation of the Sacred Pill Institute and the Rune Institute, Ku Yuanfei immediately understood that a group of people from the Great Kuan sect had joined the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace. The main reason why they were so arrogant was because Kuan Min, the founding ancestor, wasn't around. Xinxiang guessed that Kuan Min was either dead or had gone to the God Realm. The other families of the Great Kuan sect were certain that Kuan Min couldn't appear, so they dared to act like this because they were more or less afraid of Kuan Min. Not to mention those families, even the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace were afraid of Kuan Min. Xinxiang couldn't contact Kuan Min, but he believed that Kuan Min wouldn't die so easily, so it was very likely that she had ascended to the God Realm. Furthermore, this matter had been confirmed by the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace. Grandma Kuan Min, you left at the wrong time. Xinxiang sighed and continued refining pills. He didn't know how great of a price the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace would pay for the Great Kuan sect. As long as the Rune Institute and the Sacred Pill Institute were eliminated, the Great Kuan sect, the overlord sect of the Saint Profound Star, would fall into the hands of the All Heavens Palace and the Heavenless God Palace. As for the Azure Wave Dragon sect, it was probably already the claws of the two forces. Right now, only the Heavenly Mother Palace could fight against them. Du Hai only found 10 pill furnaces for Xinxiang that met his requirements. Xinxiang also began to try controlling 10 pill furnaces to refine pills at the same time. He planned to personally refine a Saint Soul puppet and attach it to the pill furnace. At the same time, he planned to improve the pill furnace. The Saint Soul puppet had the consciousness to refine pills and became the soul of the pill furnace. This way, it could control the pill furnace to refine pills. Then he would place it in the divine mirror of 6 paths and let Little Mirror absorb the heavenly jewels through the divine mirror of 6 paths. Xinxiang previously collected a large number of souls. On one hand, it was to refine the Saint Soul pill, and on the other hand, it could be used for the soul puppet. The Saint Soul puppet he was going to refine was called the Saint Soul Elixir puppet. It was a type of artifact soul. Unlike artifact souls were born and could think on their own. The thoughts and consciousness of the Saint Soul Elixir puppet were all injected by Xinxiang, and it was very simple. It did not have any thoughts or consciousness of its own. Furthermore, if Xinxiang wanted to, he could erase their consciousness of alchemy and replace it with another consciousness. As for an artifact soul, it would take a very long time to nurture it before it could truly mature. As for refining pills, it was even more difficult. At the very least, Xiao Jing's little sister wouldn't be able to learn how to refine pills. Xinxiang immediately started. With his powerful soul and the soul tampering technique that he had comprehended, it wasn't difficult for him to refine the Saint Soul Elixir. One had to know that he was the person who created the world-defying universe, and he was extremely proficient in using the heavenly alchemy. His own soul had already merged with the heavenly alchemy. The heavenly alchemy could not only refine pills, it could also refine souls or refine artifacts. Xinxiang himself already had a Saint Soul puppet, so he could also use it as a reference. In his own exploration, he only used 2 days to refine a Saint Soul Elixir. He injected a few simple pill formulas into the Saint Soul Elixir, then placed them into the pill furnace and began to let the Saint Soul Elixir control the pill furnace to refine pills. The effect was very good, and even the flames were controlled very well. When the demon shadow divine soul saw this from the side, he exclaimed repeatedly, "This kind of saint soul elixir has never appeared even in the divine realm. How in the world was this refined?" This was simply the spirit of a pill formula. The so-called pill formula was not only the formula of the required medicinal ingredients, but also the entire detailed process of refining pills. It's not that difficult. This thing is pretty easy to refine. Xinxiang laughed. It's just that it consumes more souls. In the process of refining the Saint Soul Elixir, Xinxiang had also failed before, and every time he failed, he would lose a large amount of souls. Fortunately, he had captured quite a few powerful souls before. Otherwise, it would not have been enough for him to consume. The souls in his hands still needed to refine the Saint Soul Elixir to raise the Ape Demon Dragon and the Demon Shadow Divine Soul, so he could not use them all at once. After refining one, Xinxiang would be able to refine it smoothly, reducing the loss of a lot of souls. Chapter 40, 233. Xinxiang was worried that the Baihu divine weapon in the box would be too strong and would be unable to suppress it. After so many years, who knew what kind of temperament Baihu divine weapon had now? Even little sister Xiaojing was unable to contact the Baihu divine weapon in the box, which meant that she had already escaped little sister Xiaojing's control. Back then, when the four symbols divine weapons was reforged by the 100 flowers heaven and earth, little sister Xiaojing had also participated in the refining of the four symbols divine weapons. For example, right now, she was still considered the soul of the green dragon demon slayer. But later on, she was unable to control the other four symbols divine weapons, and the reaction she had gradually weakened. Then, she could no longer sense the four symbols divine weapons. Therefore, Xinxiang was more worried that the 6 realms mirrors would not be able to suppress the Baihu divine weapon. After all, when the Baihu divine weapon was summoned, its power was extremely terrifying. After being refined by the Baihu war race and being tempered by the power of the world-defying universe's laws, this Baihu divine weapon must be very powerful. Xinxiang was still concocting pills. He wanted to concoct more antidote pills, as well as all sorts of poison pills. Of course, there was also a portion of the pill furnaces that were refining the Saint Energy Dan themselves. After Xinxiang ate the Saint Energy Dan, his cultivation increased very quickly, and he was already at the peak of the Great Sage Realm. He would soon be able to step into the Sacred Master Realm, and this was only a few days of cultivation. The main reason was that the Saint Energy Dan he refined was much better than the one Duhai gave him. His Saint Energy Dan were all refined through the Holy Soul Dan Puppet's pill furnace. But after they came out of the furnace, they were all placed into the world-defying God furnace, and then fused with a large number of heavenly jewels to refine them again. So his Saint Energy Dan contained a lot of energy. Long Shui and Bai Jinjin confirmed that Xinxiang was going to open the box, so they did not disturb Xinxiang and waited for him to come out of seclusion. Not long after they left Xinxiang's secret room, Xinxiang suddenly broke through and stepped into the Saint Master Realm. The density of the Tao origin crystal condensed by the heavenly Tao seed in his heart had also increased by leaps and bounds. The higher the cultivation level, the denser the Tao origin crystal, and the stronger the Tao origin saint power condensed by the Tao origin crystal. The stronger the Tao primordial saint power was, the more it could temper one's body and soul. When Xinxiang released his Tao Yuan sacred power, he could sense that his Tao Yuan sacred power contained even more saint crystal dust. Previously, when he was in the Great Sage Realm, the Tao primordial saint power he released was very thin in saint crystal dust. But now, there was obviously more saint crystal dust. Just the Saint Sovereign Realm is not enough. I have to quickly step into the Saint Lord Realm and then reach the peak of the Saint Lord Realm. Only then can you have the power to fight against a paragon. Xinxiang no longer hoped that Kuan Min would appear. If he wanted to resolve the great Kuan sex crisis, he had to be strong enough to resist a paragon venerate. Du Hai and Wang Tianwen, the two deans, also displayed extremely powerful strength. They resisted a lot of pressure and were not defeated by the Combat Institute and Punishment Institution. After all, the two core institutes of the Great Kuan sect were still very powerful. Many onlookers in the Great Kuan sect were amazed. Many sects and families had sent many people, but they did not participate. Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heavens Hall had not officially participated. After all, this was an internal conflict of the Great Kuan sect. Moreover, if they were to force the Rune Institute and St. Dan Institution into a corner, it would be troublesome if they were to perish together. Therefore, All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace planned to wait until the Rune Institute and St. Dan Institution were almost exhausted before dealing with them. This way, their losses would be minimal. After Shen Xiang came out of seclusion, he contacted Du Hai and asked about the current situation. Du Hai and Wang Tianwen both said that the problem was not big. They were also waiting for All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace to participate. They wanted to catch them off guard. In other words, Du Hai and Wang Tianwen both had big moves that they had not used yet. Moreover, they had left them for All Heavens Hall and Heavenless Divine Palace. Shen Xiang did not ask what other trump cards they had. He was still very confident in these two old seniors. To be able to become the deans of the two core institutes, they were not little white rabbits. They were not easy to bully. Moreover, from their tone, it seemed that they wanted to kill an enemy paragon venerate to show off their might. The All Heavens Holy Sun was still in Shen Xiang's hands. Shen Xiang contacted Hua Gangyan. Hua Gangyan told Shen Xiang not to be in a hurry to find All Heavens Hall because now was not the time. Shen Xiang brought Long Shui and Bai Jinjin and left the St. Dan Institution. He planned to find Hua Gangyan first before opening the box of Baihu's divine weapon. Moreover, he asked Hua Gangyan to bring many delicious holy fruits. Chapter 40-234. Shen Xiang always felt that when Hua Gangyan went to seduce other people's wives, he didn't rely on his face but on poison. This guy must have mastered a lot of those evil poisons. Shen Xiang secretly mourned for the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace for a few seconds. He reckoned that those concubines would all be slept with by Hua Gangyan. Shen Xiang finally understood why Hua Gangyan was not afraid of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace at all, and why he always wanted to steal the wealth of the All Heavens Palace. It should be because he had offended too many of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace. Hua Gangyan was very clear that the things he did would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, he would definitely be hunted down by the All Heavens Palace, so he took advantage of this opportunity to fish up as much as he could. Boss Hua, did you use poison to deal with the women of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace? Shen Xiang asked. Of course. Haha. My poison for killing people may not be very good, but my poison for stealing people is very powerful. Not to mention women. I can even deal with men. Ha ha ha. Hua Gangyan laughed proudly. Young Master Shen, I'll give you some. Do you want it? Long Shui and Bai Jinjin, who were at the side, did not say anything. Long Shui knew what it was, but Bai Jinjin did not. She was just curious. Go, go, go. I don't need this kind of thing. Shen Xiang said disdainfully. Don't go and harm other good girls. None of the women of the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace are easy to deal with. Their internal affairs are already very chaotic. Hua Gangyan said, Young Master Shen, do you want to try? I can help you arrange it, he. Go ahead. Shen Xiang laughed and scolded. You old pervert, you better restrain yourself, lest you die in the hands of a woman one day. Dying under a peony flower, I'll be a romantic ghost. Hua Gangyan said with a smile. Hua Gangyan was the villa master of the heavenly debauchery manor. He must have seen a lot, and he was a very playful person. Oh right, help me investigate the Shen family, Shen Xiang said. Your All Heavens Palace should have a lot of information about the Shun family, right? What? Young Master Shen. Did you run away from the Shen family? Or are you the illegitimate son of the Shen family's big boss? Hua Gangyan was shocked. He had never associated Xin Xiang with the Shun family before. No, don't overthink it. Is the Shun family very powerful? Shan Xiang asked. Someone mistook me for a member of the Shen family, so I want no more. The Shen family's strength is unfathomable. They rarely come out, but it's hard to say now. I've received news that with the current situation in the sacred region, the Shen family might come out. Hua Gangyan said. As for investigating the Shen clan, forget about it. The Shen clan is very mysterious. Even the All Heavens Palace doesn't have much information about them. Then help me investigate Kuan Min. Xin Xiang said the upper echelons of the All Heavens Palace should know about Kuan Min's recent movements. Kuan Min? She seems to be the founder of the Great Kuan sect. Hua Gangyan exclaimed. Yes, think of a way to help me investigate and see if there's any news. Shen Xiang wanted to determine Kuan Min's current situation. Was she dead, or had she gone to God's domain? Sure, Hua Gangyan agreed and said. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll continue to watch your Great Kuan sect. Go, but be careful. The Great Kuan sect is still very strong. Don't get involved. Xin Xiang warned. After Hua Gangyan left, Bai Jinjin and Long Shuai immediately took off their masks and stared at Xin Xiang. Don't be in a hurry to eat. You heard it just now. Hua Gangyan is an old pervert. This old man is very good at using poison. Who knows what kind of poison he put on those things? I have to check. Shen Xiang really wanted to be on guard, so he carefully checked the delicacies. I'm not afraid. His poison can't do anything to me. Long Shuai couldn't wait any longer. What kind of poison is that? It can make the women of the All Heavens Palace fall in love with him. Brother Shin, why don't you ask him to give you some? Bai Jinjin said. Jinjin, that kind of poison is very evil. It's not to make women fall in love with him. But Long Shuai coughed a few times, did not continue, and said, It's some kind of bewitching thing. So that's how it is. Bai Jinjin nodded his head in understanding. After Xin Xiang checked and confirmed that there was no problem with the delicacies, he gave them to Bai Jinjin and Long Shuai to eat. After boarding the Six Realms mirrors, they flew north, far away from the Great Kuan sect, to the deepest part of the barren mountain. At night, Shen Xiang landed on top of a tall mountain. This was already the depths of the mountain, very far away from the Great Kuan sect. Open that box here, Xin Xiang said. Chapter 40, 235. After the folding fan was opened, the movement was neither big nor small. There wasn't any earth-shaking commotion. However, the moment the folding fan was opened, it was as if the entire hell was trembling. The kind of mental influence made people feel as if they could hear all kinds of demons howling in fear. Although the aura was extremely violent, it was suppressed by Baihu's murderous aura. The folding fan was as white as snow, so pure that there were no impurities. It emitted a faint holy light, as if it was the purest thing in the world. However, the folding fan did indeed give people a kind of endless murderous aura, suppressing the incomparably evil hell. Bai Jinjin and Long Shuai, who were at the side, were both stunned. Is this a fan? Can it be used as a weapon? Long Shuai asked. Our Baihu battle clan doesn't like to use fans either. Bai Jinjin frowned slightly and said, Why is it a fan? Xin Xiang looked at the inside of the box and saw a few words engraved on it. Baihu's frightening fan. Baihu's frightening fan. Long Shuai read out these words and then muttered, This name is weird. I think it's better to call it Baihu's invincible rotating fan. Or it could be called Baihu's proud sky suppressing nine serenities fan. How can the name be so long? Xin Xiang laughed. The longer it is, the more imposing it is. Long Shui curled his lips. Brother Shin, this fan doesn't have the imposing aura of Baihu Battle Clan. Although the murderous aura is from Baihu Battle Clan, it's not a feeling that I'm familiar with. Bai Jinjin said, try it and see how powerful it is. My cultivation is too low, I can't use it. Shin Xiang handed it to Bai Jinjin and said, Jinjin, try it. Brother, does Baihu's frightening fan have a weapon spirit? Xiao Jing asked. I don't think so. I don't feel it. Shin Xiang tried to sense it, and then said, Little sister Jing, give it a try. Shin Xiang used the 6 realms mirrors to shine on Baihu's Jingyu fan. After a while, little sister Xiao Jing said, There is no artifact soul. Isn't that great? You can become the artifact spirit of Baihu's frightening fan. Shan Xiang said with a smile. No, Baihu's serenity shocking fan should have an artifact soul. Xiao Jing said, I can feel that there was an artifact soul left in it before. Without an artifact soul, its power will be greatly reduced. Bai Zhenjin took Baihu's fan of serenity and held it in her hand to sense it carefully. Could it be that something went wrong when summoning Baihu's divine weapon? No, the artifact soul was forcibly extracted. Xiao Jing said, Sister Jinjin, you can try it first. All right. Bai Jinjin held onto Baihu's fan of serenity and fanned it forward, creating a gust of wind. A burst of white mist gushed out, accompanied by a ruthless aura, and many white demons and ghosts could be seen, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed forward. Using it consumes a lot of spiritual sense. I have a headache. Bai Jinjin instantly became dispirited, and the hand holding the fan was trembling slightly. Young Master Shin's soul is so powerful, so it's very suitable for him to use. Long Shui said. Shin Xiang held it in his hand and said, If I were to hold it in my hand normally, wouldn't it be too ostentatious? I don't think so. Long Shui said, If you can control it, you won't have that kind of power when you open the fan in the future. That's true. Shan Xiang secretly tried it, but didn't expect to control it very quickly. Unlike the fan before, it was very scary. Now that I've restrained it, it looks like a very ordinary folding fan. Bai Jinjin said. She ate the Holy Spirit pill that Shen Xiang gave her and quickly became spirited. Shen Xiang casually shook it a few times, creating a very ordinary wind. Then he nodded his head in satisfaction. You can hold it in your hand at any time. It's quite handsome. Then he threw the fan out. When the fan spun, it was extremely sharp and quickly flew to the mountain peak in the distance. Following Shin Xiang's control, a burst of energy erupted from the fan, instantly cutting off the mountain peak. So powerful, Long Shui exclaimed. Try it and see if it can withstand being cut. Shen Xiang controlled the fan to fly back, and then Long Shui took out a blade that was not particularly strong, and slashed down at Baihu's fan of serenity with great force. Chapter 40-236. After a few days of observation, Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heaven's Palace roughly understood the defensive situation of the Rune Institute and Sacred Dan Institution. After assessing the situation, they felt that they would suffer great losses if they attacked. However, they didn't want to suffer great losses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it. Therefore, they thought of a method, which was to propose a duel and use this method to make a bet. Although there was a certain amount of risk, they believed that their chances of winning were very high. As long as they won, they would be able to control the Great Kuan sect at a very small price. The Rune Institute and Sacred Dan Institution didn't have any disciples who were mainly fighting. If they were to fight, they wouldn't lose. The Combat Institute and Punishment Institution were mainly focused on fighting. Moreover, with the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace supporting them, it would be difficult for them to lose. Shin Xiang and the others rode the 6 Realms Divine Mirror and quickly flew back to the Sacred Dan Institution. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The Combat Institute and Punishment Institution gave Du Hai and the others 3 days to consider. If they didn't agree to the duel, they would launch an all-out attack. At that time, both sides would suffer great losses. The Rune Institute and Sacred Dan Institution didn't have many disciples, and they weren't good at fighting. Every disciple was very precious. The Combat Institute and Punishment Institution were different. They had a large number of cannon fodder disciples, and they also had the support of Heavenless Divine Palace and All Heaven's Palace. If they fought, it would seem that both sides would suffer great losses, but the ones who would suffer great losses would definitely be the Rune Institute and Sacred Dan Institution. Xin Xiang brought Bai Jinjin and Long Shui to meet with Wang Tianwen, Du Hai, and the other seniors in the hall. If we agree to the duel and lose, they are willing to let us go and let us leave the great Kuan sect. Du Hai said, "This isn't a bad outcome for us. Will the Combat Institute and Punishment Institution let us go? Or All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace?" Shan Xiang said, "If it's just the Combat Institute and Punishment Institution, it's meaningless. The All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace will still hunt us down. When we talk, we will ask them to send representatives from the All Heaven's Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace to confirm the contract with us." Wang Tianwen said, "So regardless of whether we win or lose, we won't face a battle." Wang Tianwen and Du Hai did not wish for the other party to attack with all their might, because at that time they would lose many outstanding disciples. Long Shui was being tested by several seniors using magic weapons. The result of the test was very shocking. He was only a great sage realm cultivator. After the test, it was determined that Shen Xiang was at the Saint Master realm. Du Hai was quite surprised because he remembered that Shen Xiang had just stepped into the great sage realm not long ago. In just a few days, he had actually broken through and directly stepped into the Saint Master realm. Bai Jinjin, on the other hand, was at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. Furthermore, her Dao Yuan Saint power was extremely powerful, causing the seniors to exclaim in admiration, "Jinjin and Shuet, you don't know how to refine pills or use runes. Can they become disciples of the Sacred Dan Institute and the Rune Institute?" Xin Xiang asked, "It's not like there's a rule that says one has to know alchemy and runes to become a disciple of our dual house," Du Hai said with a smile. "Grandpa Du, can I be an elder?" Long Shui asked with a smile. "Of course you can." Du Hai actually agreed straightforwardly and said with a smile, "Shui, how about this? You and Jinjin will be the left and right protectors of our Rune Institute and Sacred Dan Institute, and will be mainly responsible for teaching the disciples of our dual house how to fight." "Great." Long Shui laughed excitedly. "Protector Long will definitely let those fellows experience the power of our Sacred Dan Institute. Will the other side send out the Saint Lady?" Bai Jinjin was very concerned about this, because the Saint Lady was her enemy. "They will definitely send her out. Amongst the Saint Monarch realm, these holy sons and holy daughters are the strongest." Wang Tianwen asked, "Jinjin, are you worried that you will face the Saint Lady?" "Of course not. I can't wait to fight her one-on-one. I can kill her with a single claw." Bai Jinjin gritted his teeth and said, "I have a grudge with her, but she always brings a group of people to surround and attack me. She never gives me a chance to fight her one-on-one." Bai Jinjin was able to fight across an entire realm. Even if it was a Saint King, they might not be able to defeat her. "I'm not worried about Shui. I'm worried about you, little Shen." Du Hai said, "Little Shen, when fighting, you can't use weapons or poison." Everyone immediately looked at Xin Xiang. If he used equipment and poison, no matter how many Saint Monarch realm experts there were, they wouldn't be enough to kill Xin Xiang. But if he didn't use these, it was hard to say how strong Xin Xiang was. Chapter 42:37. At night, Xin Xiang was still in the secret room. In the past few days, Long Shui and Bai Jinjin had eaten a lot of delicacies. Du Hai had long since seen that they were divine beasts, so it was normal for them to like to eat. He would try his best to satisfy their requests. In comparison, Shenxiang had eaten so many pills, but he had almost emptied the Sacred Dan Institute's treasury. Shenxiang naturally knew that the Sacred Dan Institute had paid a huge price this time, so he felt very embarrassed. If he could survive this crisis, he would have to help the Sacred Dan Institute improve in all aspects. He could create some good pill refining techniques, as well as some methods to refine pills. Boss Shin, are you in the Sacred Dan Institute? It was Hua Gangyan who used the communication talisman to contact Shenxiang. I'm in the Sacred Dan Institute. You should have heard about the bet, right? Shenxiang asked. It starts tomorrow. I heard. Will you fight? Hua Gangyan was a little worried that Shenxiang would fight because he knew that Shenxiang's cultivation was high, so he was afraid that something would happen to Shenxiang. Of course I'll fight, Shenxiang laughed. You don't have to worry. I will definitely win. Boss Shin, I found out about Kuan-min, Hua Gangyan said. When the All-Heaven Hall master came this time, he brought a few concubines with him. I slept with one of them, and my waist was about to break before I finally found out something. Speak quickly. Shenxiang never thought that Hua Gangyan would make progress so quickly. Kuan-min went to the Divine Realm. Furthermore, she was only able to go to the Divine Realm with the help of the Heavenless Divine Palace and the All-Heaven Hall. Hua Gangyan said, there is a transmission array inside the All-Heaven Hall that can be activated before. Kuan-min used that transmission array to go to the Divine Realm. As expected, no wonder they dared to attack the Great Kuan sect. They were certain that Kuan-min was not here. This confirmed Shenxiang's previous guess. There's another piece of news. It's about the Holy Sun's soul. Hua Gangyan suddenly said excitedly, Boss Shin, elder brother Shin, you must keep an eye on the Holy Sun. This is a treasure. Are you sure he has a soul? Shenxiang asked. I can't be sure, but I got another piece of information. The All Heavens Saint Child has dual soul endowment. Hua Gangyan said. Boss Shin, do you know what this means? What? Double soul endowment? Isn't it said that everyone can only have one spirit bestowment? Shenxiang asked in surprise. Are you sure this is true? It's true that everyone can only have one soul aptitude, but the chosen of the All Heavens might have two. Hua Gangyan said. I heard from that little brat that the souls of the All Heaven Saints are special and can accommodate more than one soul endowment. Is that so? Shenxiang's eyes darted back and forth. If that was the case, he did not intend to return the All Heavens chosen. I'm not sure yet, but the All Heavens Palace is very anxious right now. It should be true. That dog's value has already exceeded our previous estimates. Hua Gangyan said, Boss Shin, this kind of thing is too scary. I don't dare to have any bad ideas. You mean? Shenxiang did not quite understand what Hua Gangyan was hinting at. How about this, you and I join forces and see how much wealth we can get from the All Heavens Palace. If it really doesn't work, you can deal with the All Heavens Saint Child yourself. No matter what, we can't let that guy return to the All Heavens Palace. Hua Gangyan said. Otherwise, the All Heavens Palace will become even more powerful in the future. Hua Gangyan had done many things that betrayed the All Heavens Palace. If the All Heavens Palace became stronger, he would definitely die. I understand. We'll deal with this matter later. We'll talk about it later. Shenxiang also felt that this matter was very important. He immediately contacted Long Shuai and Bai Jinjin and asked them to keep their mouths shut and not leak the news that the All Heaven Saint Child was in his hands. Shenxiang's current soul endowment was clear mind and eyes. Previously, the mother of the Tian clan had said that everyone could only have one soul endowment. If he had a way to get the All Heaven Saint Child's 2 soul endowments, he would really be in heaven. So don't try too hard in tomorrow's battle. After all, there's still a way out even if you lose. Hua Gangyan warned. You have the All Heavens Saint Child in your hands. You'll definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Shenxiang did not dare to release the All-Heavens Saint-Child for fear that the All-Heavens Palace would sense him here. In short, no one knew that the All-Heavens Saint-Child was in his hands and was hidden in the divine mirror of 6 paths. It was very difficult for the outside world to sense him. Shenxiang did not leave the secret room. Instead, he called Long Shuai and Bai Yuyu and asked them to guard outside. This was because he wanted Sister Xiao Jing to carefully investigate the All-Heavens Saint-Child soul endowment and interrogate him. Sister Xiao Jing immediately went to do it. Chapter 42-38. Shenxiang immediately opened the door and let Long Shuai and Bai Jinjin in. After they entered, they could feel that Shenxiang had become stronger. Elder brother Shin, why do I feel like you've become a lot stronger? Is this my misconception? Did you eat something that can temporarily increase your cultivation? Bai Jinjin said rather worriedly, this might harm you. Furthermore, even though you have become stronger, you might not be able to defeat the Holy Lord Realm. What are you afraid of? It's fine. Shenxiang immediately waved his hands and laughed. You should know me very well. I won't take the risk to do that kind of thing. In fact, if there really was a pill that could temporarily raise one's cultivation by a large amount, Shenxiang would definitely eat it without hesitation. Younger brother Shin, have you been secretly stir-frying meat here for the past few days when you were in seclusion? When Long Shuai saw the world-defying god furnace placed on the ground, the image of Shenxiang frying meat immediately appeared in his mind. She quickly thought of how Shenxiang had been secretly hiding in the secret room to eat and drink for the past few days. Just thinking about it made her feel like she had lost a lot of meals. How is this possible? I've always been concocting pills. Shenxiang pinched Long Shui's face and laughed. Little gluttonous dragon, wake up! This thing is an alchemy furnace, not a cooking stove. I can't associate the way you cook with the way you concoct pills. No matter how you look at it, you should be a chef and a genius at that. Long Shuai really wanted to trick Shenxiang into being a good chef and cooking quietly. I'm not going to bullshit with you anymore. Shenxiang waved his hand, looked at Bai Jinjin and said, Jinjin, I wonder if you will face the heavenless holy maiden when the time comes. Ah, elder brother Shin, are you also worried that I won't be able to defeat her? Bai Jinjin puffed up his face and said, Do you not have confidence in me? Of course not. I had too much confidence in you, and was worried that you would wipe her out as soon as you made a move. Shenxiang said with a smile, If I don't kill her, am I supposed to keep her for the holidays? Bai Jinjin thought about it and did not understand why Shenxiang said that. She guessed that Shenxiang did not want Saint Wu Tian to die. I need her soul. The more complete the better, Shenxiang said, but it's a little difficult to take her soul in public. That's not the problem. I know the soul harvesting technique too. Bai Jinjin laughed. Elder brother Shin, I will definitely help you capture that bitch's soul and then torture her properly. I really can't let her die too easily. Is your soul-gathering technique reliable? Shenxiang said worriedly. To be honest, that woman's soul might be very important. There might be a soul endowment hidden inside. Oh. Long Shuai rolled his eyes and asked, The saints of the All-Heavens have a soul endowment, but so does the saintess. It's extremely possible that's a very precious thing. It is indeed much more important than the lowly life of the Saint Lady. Bai Jinjin also immediately realized that the soul of the Saint Lady was extremely important. In the face of such a big issue, Bai Jinjin was still very calm. Elder brother Shin, when the time comes, I'll arrange for you to fight against the Saint Lady. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat her. Bai Jinjin said, Jinjin, why do you have no confidence in me? Don't you know what your elder brother Shin is capable of? Shenxiang giggled. Younger brother Shin, what ability do you have? I admit that you're better than me at cooking, better than me at concocting pills, better than me at detoxification, but you can't beat me in a fight. Long Shuai looked at Shenxiang suspiciously and said, Don't get beaten up, or else you won't be able to cook. Leave the fighting to us. Sister Shui, elder brother Shin, wants to obtain that slut soul. We don't have such brilliant techniques. By Jinjin's side. But if elder brother Shin were to personally go, it would indeed be dangerous. Little greedy dragon, little Jinjin, what kind of strength do you think I need to be able to defeat the Saint Lady? Shen Xiang planned to show off a few moves so that the two bodyguards wouldn't think that he was too weak. I believe you. Bai Jinjin laughed. Elder brother Shin, it doesn't matter if you can't beat him. As long as we can win the first 3 rounds, we can win a complete victory, right? Jinjin and I will definitely win 2 rounds, but the Rune Academy and the Sacred Dan Institute won't be able to find a third person who can win. Long Shui said. Sister Shui, do you know any cloning techniques? Bai Jinjin laughed. I do. My clone is enough to defeat a Saint Lord. I forgot about the cloning technique. Of course I do. I am the world-defying stage Dragon Emperor. How could I not? Long Shui giggled. Little Jinjin, in that case, we are equivalent to 4 people. Even if we win 4 rounds, it won't be a problem. Shin Xiang was very vexed. These 2 little girls actually didn't give him a chance to show off his skills. All right, it's settled then. Shin Xiang sighed helplessly. I can't beat him. Your clones can go up again. Sister Shui, my clone should be able to fuse with your clone. At that time, I will definitely be invincible. I can win 3 rounds for sure. Bai Jinjin laughed. Come, let's release our clones now. Come, let's merge. Long Shui was also very excited and laughed. That's right, before we merge, we need to have a resounding name. Chapter 40, 239. Great, it's much better than we expected. Elder brother Shin, quickly come over and pinch our clones. Bai Jinjin laughed. Shin Xiang also walked over and pinched a few times that lovely face with a bit of coldness. That feeling was really great. Little brother Shin, when you cook for us in the future, you have to remember Long Meow Meow. If I make a clone to eat, wouldn't I be able to eat 2 servings? I'm such a genius. Ha ha ha. Long Shui laughed out loud heartlessly, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Jinjin, it's best if you lead Long Meow Meow. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he felt that there was no need to say those words just now. This was because Bai Jinjin was also a big foodie. Now that she and Long Shui were so synchronized, she would definitely be affected by Long Shui. Elder brother Shin, we haven't tried to make Long Meow Meow eat yet. Bai Jinjin laughed. Hurry up and let us try and see what it feels like. It can train Long Meow Meow and allow us to control Long Meow Meow better. Jinjin, you've become bad. It's all because of this little gluttonous dragon that my precious treasure is being led astray. Shin Xiang could only pinch Long Shui's waist to express his dissatisfaction. Little brother Shin, hurry up and bring out the food. No, just fry it now. We want to eat the freshest. Creating clones consumes a lot of energy, so we need to make up for it. Besides, we haven't eaten for several days. Long Shui couldn't wait any longer. Shan Xiang could only take out a walk, and then take out the ingredients to cook on the world-defying God furnace. It was only because of the divine beast dragon tiger double dart that Shen Xiang became their chef. He quickly cooked a table full of good dishes. Long Shui and Bai Jinjin did not eat immediately, but let Long Meow Meow eat first. They sat at the side and watched Long Meow Meow eat happily. Little Jinjin, do you feel it? This feeling was too great. I didn't expect that we would have such wonderful feedback when our doppelganger ate delicious food. Why haven't we tried it before? Long Shui's original body was also drooling. In the past, when my doppelganger ate, my main body didn't feel anything. Bai Jinjin laughed and said, It must be because elder brother Shin's dishes are too delicious that I have such a wonderful experience. She was right. Shin Xiang did not cook randomly. He had indeed added a lot of Saint Soul pills into the dish. After all, The dragon tiger dart relied on eating, drinking, and sleeping to become stronger. When he was cooking, he naturally had to add things that could make them stronger. Little Jinjin, let's dig in, Long Shui said with a smile, then started to eat with Bai Jinjin. Great, double happiness, Long Shui praised with a smile while eating. Yeah, let's not take Meow Meow back. Let Meow Meow stay outside. They were both foodies, but Bai Jinjin's table manners were much better. She maintained a bit of a reserved and ladylike demeanor. That's for sure. Long Meow Meow also needs to eat more to become stronger. Long Shui's mouth was full of oil. Her small mouth was stuffed like a hamster's mouth, which was also quite cute. They planned to keep Long Meow Meow in the merged state, and Shen Xiang did not say anything. After all, Long Meow Meow was not weak, and if she was kept in this state, her cultivation would also increase. Of course, Shen Xiang wanted to have more powerful bodyguards by his side. At most, he would work a little harder and earn more heavenly jewels to support her. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Long Shui and Bai Jinjin began to sleep soundly. Long Meow Meow also fell asleep. Shen Xiang yawned. It was not long before the battle began at dawn, so he only closed his eyes and rested. When the sky was about to brighten, Shen Xiang woke up and tidied himself up. He changed into a set of black, soft leather clothes and washed his face clean. Although his face was slightly tanned because he was too handsome, it made him look like a handsome young man. He gave off the feeling of a pretty boy. After Long Shui and Bai Jinjin woke up, they also went to wash up and change. They all wore white soft armor and special masks. Long Meow Meow also wore the same clothes as them. After all, it was their clones, and the three of them actually looked quite like three sisters. Bai Jinjin was worried that Saint Lady Wutian would recognize her, so she let Long Shui use a transformation technique to change her appearance. Shen Xiang felt that Bai Jinjin should not need to go on stage. He, Long Shui, and Long Meow Meow would be able to win 3 battles. Shen Xiang brought the 3 of them to find Du Hai. He had sent a message to Du Hai last night, asking him to prepare an identity token for Long Meow Meow. Du Hai was very shocked by Long Meow Meow's appearance. He really did not expect that this Long Meow Meow was actually the fusion of Long Shui and Bai Jinjin's clones. This way, their Sacred Dan Academy and Rune Academy would be able to win 3 battles. At dawn, Shen Xiang, Bai Jinjin, and the others followed Du Hai and Wang Tiwen to the central square of the Great Kun sect. Along the way, everyone stared at Shen Xiang when they saw him. Chapter 4240. The Combat Institution and Punishment Institution had a good understanding of the Saint Elixir Institution and the Talisman Institution. They knew that the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution didn't have any sage monarchs that could fight. If they couldn't eat elixirs, use talismans, or use weapons during battle, then the people from the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution would be like birds with broken wings, waiting to be slaughtered. The Combat Institution and Punishment Institution had plenty of sage monarchs, and with the secret help of the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace, they were able to send out their outstanding sage monarchs. The sage monarchs they sent out could be said to be the strongest in the Saint region. Therefore, no matter what kind of disciple the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution found, the final result would be 3 consecutive defeats. Of course, this was what the Combat Institution and Punishment Institution thought. We only have 4 people who can fight, Du Hai said and looked at Shen Xiang and Long Shui. 4? You are too confident. Do you really think you need to fight a 4th round? The punishment elder sneered. According to the rules of the bet, the first to win 3 rounds would be the winner. In everyone's eyes, the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution would definitely lose 3 consecutive rounds, and there was no need to fight a 3rd round. At this moment, the Combat Institution elder also sneered. Maybe they will admit defeat after 1 round. Fu Yiya said, Punishment elder, let me fight. They have decided to let Shen Xiang fight. That guy's cultivation is very low, I can handle him. She wanted to prove herself. After all, she was the eldest senior sister of the combat institution. Ever since Shen Xiang became the violet, gold, jade, token disciple of the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution, his limelight had overshadowed hers. Even though the Alchemy Institution and Talisman Institution had lost, Fu Yuya still wanted to prove herself. Yuya, you have to listen to our arrangements, the punishment elder said solemnly. It was obvious that she was also taking orders from the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace. Otherwise, if something went wrong, the punishment elder and the combat institution elder wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace would definitely take revenge. Besides, the sage monarchs sent out by the All Heavens Palace and Heavenless Divine Palace would definitely be stronger than Fu Yuya. Therefore, the punishment elder and the combat institution elder definitely wouldn't let Fu Yuya fight, unless their brains were fried. As for Shen Xiang and the others, no matter who the other party sent, they were sure to win. Long Shui, Bai Jinjin, and Long Miao Miao were all wearing masks, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. However, her figure was very beautiful. Just looking at her graceful figure made people feel that she was very beautiful. Let's test their cultivation, the elder of the Zhan Institute said, and then took out a testing tool. Not only did the elder of the Zhan Hall have a detection device, the elder of punishments also had one. Furthermore, it did not look simple. It should have been given to him by the All Heavens Hall and Heavenless God Palace. Shen Xiang suspected that the All Heavens Palace and Skyless Divine Palace were supporting the Combat Institute and Punishment Institution, respectively. Du Hai and Wang Tianwen also took out their testing equipment. Whoever fights first will have their cultivation tested, said the elder of the Zhan Hall. Should Long Miao Miao go first? Shen Xiang asked in a low voice. Long Shui and Bai Jinjin looked at each other and nodded. Therefore, they worked together to control Long Miao Miao. Shen Xiang didn't say anything. Long Miao Miao was just a clone. Even if she lost, it wouldn't be a big problem. Long Shui could easily take down the All Heavens Saint Child previously. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with those Saint Monarchs. Even if she didn't transform into her Dragon Man form, she would still be able to fight. She would still be very strong. When Long Miao Miao went over to have her cultivation tested, it could only detect that there were 4 Saint Monarchs in her Tao origin crystal. 4 Saint Monarchs of the same size. She should be at the peak of the Saint Monarch realm. After the test, it was confirmed that Long Miao Miao was at the Saint Monarch realm. However, they were more or less surprised. They didn't expect that the Alchemy and Talisman Institute would be able to find a peak Saint Monarch realm woman in just a few days. I will fight. A handsome man walked out. He was wearing an exquisite golden dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head. He was dressed very luxuriously. Chapter 42-41. When Shen Xiang saw the murderous look in the Kanglin Saint's eyes, he knew that the Kanglin Saint was doomed today. Whether it was Bai Jinjin or Long Shui, they were not humans. They were either Tigress or Shiti, they were only more obedient in front of Qin Xiang. If they were facing other people, they would be extremely fierce. Moreover, Long Miao Miao was born from their fusion. Qin Xiang looked at Long Shui and Bai Jinjin and could see a hint of ruthlessness in their eyes. He knew that Azure Billow Holy Sun was going to be unlucky, and it was hard to say whether he could keep his life. Of course, Long Shui and Bai Jinjin would know their limits and wouldn't kill him on the spot so easily. Therefore, there was a high chance that the Kanglin Saint's son could still survive, although it might be more painful. Since you're a woman, I'll let you have 3 moves. The Kanglin Saint smiled. Of course, it would be best if you admit defeat on the spot. That way, you won't suffer any physical pain. Kanglin Saint, quickly kill that little bitch. Ku Chiotong shouted. She was very jealous of Long Miao Miao's appearance and cultivation. If Ku Qiutong had Long Miao Miao's appearance and cultivation, she would not even care about the heavenless saintess. Kill her? How can that be? A woman like her should be exposed in front of everyone. The Kanglin saint sneered. She doesn't have any background, but she has such a cultivation level. She must have sold her body in exchange for resources. What a filthy woman. She destroyed the fairness of the great Kuan sect. The crowd was in an uproar, because it was the Kanglin saint who had said those words. After all, he was so famous and admired by many people. If he could say those words, it meant that he might know the inside story. The disciples of the Combat Academy and the Punishment Institution were furious, especially the female disciples who admired the Kanglin saint. They were so angry that they said all kinds of vulgarities. Xin Xiang glanced at Bai Jinjin and Long Shui. He felt that the Kanglin saint would soon regret what he had just said. He would even regret being born into this world. Holy Sun Kanglin, I've heard so much about you. Today, let us broaden our horizons. Get rid of this filthy woman who destroyed the fairness of the great Kuan sect. A woman like her living in this world is an insult to us women, Wu Tian Saintess said coldly from afar. Her words were like a shot of adrenaline to the azure billow. Holy Sun. The azure billow saint child's blood began to boil because the heavenless saintess was speaking to him. Moreover, she seemed to be praising him. As long as he could kill Long Miao Miao, he might be able to gain the favor of Saint Lady Wu Tian. The saint son of Kanglin had seen countless women, but he didn't like any of them. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their status and cultivation, so it was very easy for him to get them. However, Saint Lady Skyless was different. She was an existence that he had to climb up to. If he could get Saint Lady Skyless, Saint Sun Kanglin was willing to shorten his lifespan. You're all dead. Xin Xiang thought to himself. He was suddenly afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop Long Shui and Bai Jinjin. If they couldn't control themselves, they would definitely go crazy on the spot. You're giving me 3 moves? You think you're worthy? A dog like you isn't worthy. Long Miao Miao's tone was cold and angry. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Bitch! As soon as the azure billow saint child finished speaking, he stepped in front of Long Shui. His fists glowed with golden light, like 2 ferocious dragon heads. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the shape of a dragon head. Long Miao Miao Shi was very disdainful of this because, in her eyes, this was a very trashy move. She actually didn't fight back. Instead, she dodged left and right, seemingly narrowly dodging the azure billow saint child's ferocious dragon head fists. When Xin Xiang saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Long Shui and Bai Jinjin actually didn't explode the azure billow saint child's head immediately. Instead, they planned to play with the azure billow saint child slowly like a cat playing with a mouse. With such a temperament, was this still the combination of Long Shui and Bai Jinjin? They were both irascible divine beasts. After combining, they should be even more irascible. The sky-roaring tyrant dragon fist is indeed worthy of being the azure billow dragon sect's divine technique. The azure billow saint child has also practiced it to a certain degree. The wind from his fists has transformed into a dragon head. At such a young age, it's not simple. Skyless Saintess praised. It was obvious that she was sincerely praising him. That's right. When using this divine beast technique, the more it resembles a divine beast, the better it is cultivated. An elder nodded and praised. The fact that the azure billow saint child's fists can form a dragon head shows that he has mastered it very well. Xin Xiang only felt that this sky-roaring tyrant dragon fist was too weak. Was this also a divine technique? Long Shui and Bai Jinjin wanted to laugh out loud. This fist technique that the azure billow saint child was showing off in front of them was simply terrible. This was especially true for Long Shui. She herself was a true dragon. If she wanted to punch out with a dragon head, It would be as simple as drinking water. This is considered the dragon fist? Aren't you insulting dragons? Not only you, but those who said it looked like a dragon head are also blind dogs. Long Meow Meow mocked. This isn't the dragon fist at all. It looks more like a mouse fist.